Welcome to the People's Ascension. We are back as we are every Saturday, or usually every Saturday. We've been pretty good with not missing any games. So, yeah, man, it's we are coming back to an exciting new episode today. I am super excited for what's going on today. But before that, welcome everybody who has tuned in. Hello to all of the usual followers we have. I know we have a small but quite reliable fan base, so thank you for tuning in every week to check out what we are doing. I really appreciate it. And hello to any new faces. I'm getting out there and getting better at doing social media things. So hopefully you have seen some of that and you are coming to check us out. So hello. We are a Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition tabletop RPG actual play show. Uh, we've been going for quite a while as this group, but we pretty much just started streaming. I think this is our 15th episode, but we are just starting a new chapter. So you're not far behind at all if this is the first episode you are checking. But if you want to catch up, you can go over to YouTube and find us there, searching for the People's Ascension. We have all those previous episodes up. Right now, we are just starting we are just getting into the climax of this inciting event, though it is exciting too, of our sort of undead from around the world story arc. So you can check out some of the earlier episodes if you want the full version. But basically, a lot earlier in their adventuring career, the party happened to just sort of stumble across an ancient Lich Prince's gravesite, and there was a resurrection by some cultists that they weren't able to stop. And it's kind of been quiet for about a year. They've had other things to do. They really did have other more important things to do. But now the time has come for this cult to rear its head again. And the last couple episodes have taken place in a archaeological dig site for one of the greatest warriors of a recently past era. And the Archmage of Necromancy has suspected that this cult may be involved, may be trying to resurrect the general or the army or do something. So they were sent in. And, well, that seems to have been the case because they found the cultists well into their ritual. And after a fairly climactic and very exciting battle that took place last episode, if you missed that, you can go back and check that out. The ancient Etrian warrior princess Shiloh, the Spear of Heavens, now the Spear of the Damned, has risen, and the party is currently chasing after her to try to undo what they could not stop. So that's the quick and dirty recap. We'll get to a more concise one for this episode or for the last couple episodes. Uh, but that's the quick recap if you are just joining us. Anyway, stay tuned for all of that. That's going to be super fun. If you want to check out any of the other things we are doing, and the channel is very slowly growing as I get more used to running this game and get out into the world. But you can follow what we're doing over on Twitter, where we are PPLS Ascension, because the People's Ascension is too big for their naming system. And we have a Discord down in the cards, so you can check that out, where I post announcements not only for this game, random thoughts going through my head about the game, but I also do a few random streams throughout the week. Namely, last night I had a very fun time playing XCOM, featuring all of I turned all the PCs into soldiers and many of their allies, and then proceeded to get them all shot. But we'll see if I can rally.
Did any of us die?
Nobody died yet.
Oh, good.
Omen
good.
came very close, but no,
Fitting.
it was a bad start. It was a bad start, but I think we're
Omen
rallying.
died in the practice run, though.
Omen did die in the practice run. Yes. That's why it was a practice run.
So fitting, though.
It really is. Yeah, so if you want to check out any of my, video game Let's Play kind of things, I post that on Twitter and I post that in the Discord. I also am on a show on Tuesdays at 7 o'clock with my new friend Jeff Harvey over at twitch.com/Studio Tembo. We play a Star Trek game featuring, post DS9 era. So if you're a Star Trek fan and you want some sci-fi to go along with the fantasy we are doing today, you can check us out there. I also, every other Thursday, I'm doing some model building and Trek talk if you're into any of that. I got 2 Miranda class ships and an NCC 1701A to build. Yeah, and last but not least, if you enjoy the show, if you enjoyed what I've been posting on the social medias about where I want to take the channel and what I want to accomplish, and just any of the other ramblings that we have going on, you can head over to our Patreon page, which is listed down below, and the more the community grows, the more support we get, the more we are doing, and I have so many great ideas about new shows I can run, not only expansions to this current show, but new game systems, new mini series kind of things, other Let's Play kind of things, and you get all that on top of shout outs and after shows, extra lore drops. We got some stuff going on over there, and it's only going to get better the more people who join us, and the more support we get. So I think that's all we have to get out of the way. I think I did that relatively quickly today. Let's get into the game and introduce everybody else, so I can drink my tea and stay hydrated. So how's everybody doing today? We excited for all of this?
That's a word to use.
Yeah.
Excited.
Can't wait.
All right. Well, let's go around the table. Who spoke first? It was a photo finish with Taylor and Arlene. I don't know.
Tally did it.
We're gonna start with Arlene today. Hello,
Taylor.
Arlene.
Yeah.
Say hello to everybody.
Oh, fine.
Last week.
Hello. Hello to everybody. My name is Arlene. I play Tali, the Tempest cleric of Arcolage, more specifically Saint Lewina. She is a wood elf. Did I already say that? Well, she's a wood elf, and she's also an orphan who was raised in a human orphanage, so she's still working on her elfiness. And she is one half of the Tempest twins.
All right. Yeah, let's just go around the clock here. That'll put us at Christian.
So.
All right. Yeah. I'm not sure it could get any shorter than that, but we'll see. Next week we might just get a grunt. That is only 2 letters. So we'll figure out who Omen is and why Christian is on this show sometime later. Maybe
not necessary.
He might just get a spear through his chest in the first 5 minutes. Who knows?
Most probably.
Anyway, yes. Stephanie, hello.
Hi, I'm Stephanie. I play Sevgi. She is a human sorcerer with draconic ancestry. She's also a Tempest twin. That's all I got right now.
Bronze dragon heritage sorceress, likes to chuck around a whole bunch of lightning. Other half of the Tempest twins, which is really fun. With a devastating, some sort of devastating attack last game. Was that? I think that was just your cantrip that did 50 damage or something. Yeah, when Sevgi
like that.
when Sevgi gets into it, she goes hard and just blows things up. Yeah, Taylor. Hello, Taylor.
Hi. I'm Taylor, and I play Aquila, who is not green despite the makeup.
Not yet.
Probably not ever, considering her actual coloration.
That's true. You don't get a lot of color being a half stone giant.
No, but she does have a lot of purple.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I play Goliath, Blood Hunter of the Lycan Order. And I'm gonna try to stop this undead horde from getting out of here. Nice. And I think that's a decent summation of the moment.
Yeah, yeah. And last but certainly not least, we have Steven.
Hi, yes, I play Ander, the party's Eldritch Horror Lovecraftian themed warlock, accompanied by my faithful familiar Redna, who is a shape-shifting not abomination.
Not an abomination.
Not an abomination. And I am the party's toolbox? Swiss Army knife? Not so hot in combat, but I can read anything you put in front of me.
So you're not wrong.
Detect magic at will, all that fun crap.
He has magic vision and identify.
I am the GM annoyer.
Yep.
Pretty
Cheater.
much, yeah. He's a warlock that's kind of built into his class.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's all of us. We've already gone over all the things I do, but hello, I'm Jack, also known as levels around various places. Though I'm pretty much just sticking to the People's Ascension channel for now because I don't want to spread myself too thin. So you can usually find me right here. Or on with Studio Tembo on Tuesdays for Star Trek. Yeah, but every week I'm the GM here. I pull all the strings in the background, build the world up from the foundation, and throw crazy things at these guys to try to deal with. So let's see if they can deal with this most recent crazy thing I threw at them, which is a cult resurrecting an ancient warrior princess buried with probably a few hundred undead soldiers. Maybe some incorporeal undead of some kind. Perhaps there was a room that threw stuff at them, and a little archaeological dig site right outside of this tomb, otherwise unsuspecting. More or less. Yeah.
I think you're sort of suspecting something at this point.
At this point, yeah, but at this point is like 10-15 minutes. Well, you took a short rest, so it's like an hour in the making. Yeah, okay. So let's do an actual recap of last episode. Who wants to take that away? What did we do last week?
Fought a bunch of cultists.
We rested and then we got in there and fought.
Yeah, it was a big combat.
Lost a lot of blood to a weird vampire door.
We did have some issues with that.
Ignored some screams and crashes.
Jack got a little annoyed with my being an HP tank.
Yeah, so
Which I'm fine with.
we started by taking a rest. Got into the next room, took a rest, because some of us were looking pretty beat up.
Sevgi got thrown into a spike wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ander got a cart dropped on him.
Yeah.
Attempting to move forward, we found a door that was sealed with necromantic energy and had two bloody handprints on the sides of it. So we put together that you had to cut your hand and then stick it on two people had to cut their hands and stick them on the door. So Omen and Aquila volunteered to take that bullet. It's probably a good thing, considering that it seemed to be, if you started having effects as you lost percentages of your hit points, and so the squishier of us would have succumbed even sooner.
Yeah, I believe that door.
No, Omen doesn't have as many hit points as I thought he did, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah.
Those wizard
He
levels.
is part wizard.
Yeah.
I'm mostly wizard.
I don't know how much your split is.
Makes sense in hindsight. Just didn't think about it,
Like
considering
90-10,
giant armor, dude. But we did finally manage to break the seal on the door. While we were in the progress of that, yes, there were a number of screams we heard from a back corridor that we hadn't gone through yet that we decided not our problem right now.
Decided not the immediate
Bigger
concern.
fish to fry.
Also, at that point, we were in the process of breaking the door seal and didn't want to have to restart after all the damage people were taking. Additionally, I believe Tali got a message from
Makaba.
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 Akaba. I was close. That
Sagana.
who we suspected of being part of this, had vanished out from under their eyes using some kind of teleportation spell.
After you befriended her and spent a week helping her out.
Yeah.
Yes,
You were
Ander
gonna
got
skip
played
over
hard.
He was.
Ander got played hard.
Again.
That she had escaped, pretty much confirming that yes, she is a part of this. After we got the seal, we got into a room, or what looked like the actual burial tomb chamber. There were a number of... Not caskets, that's not the right word. I don't know what you...
Sarcophagi.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Sarcophagi in a big circle with what seemed to be a very important one, probably the princesses, smack in the middle, and a number of cultists bleeding themselves out onto each one of them, as well as a big important looking cultist in the middle that we eventually determined was Sagana. Surprise!
Yeah, to some people.
Not
us.
So yeah, a fight ensued where I dropped a big old bubble of void space on top of her ass, and then we proceeded to move around the circle.
Is what, arms of
No, that was Hunger of Zadok, which essentially opens up a rip in space to whatever dimension or bit of the universe he's in.
Mechanically,
gives someone a taste.
Hunger of Hadar, but reskinned for your specific...
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
Because Hadar doesn't exist.
I've gotten so used to replacing Hadar with Zadok.
Yeah, Zadok is one of the old ones here.
Oh yeah, so it opens up a little pocket to his part of space and gives someone a taste.
And it's icky. It's not a good taste.
Tentacles.
Yeah.
Ander would know.
But if you listen, you can learn some shit. Just no one ever listens.
Wonder why. Maybe it's the acid and cold damage.
We proceeded to start taking out cultists in the circle. Unfortunately, it did not hamper her as much as I was hoping it would, and she still managed to get the rest of whatever she was doing off, bringing back the undead princess, and not getting herself killed in the process. So, double fail on Ander's part.
And then she dimension doored away after taunting Ander a bit.
Yeah, my hope is that Ander can survive this long enough to
kill her?
Yes, painfully.
Good.
Ander tried
he's got a grudge now against her.
Yeah,
I have replaced my hatred of Moriadessa with my hatred of Sagana.
Well, we'll
Hatred
see if
of
it takes
Moriadessa?
the same
Bullshit.
turn.
It started. But where I started with Moriadessa is now where I'm at with Sagana.
Just give it a few weeks. They'll be in bed together.
I'll kill her then.
Never banged Moriadessa.
Not that you know. No. No.
She certainly offered.
Xing myself there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that got to.
I maintain that Ander turned her down at every turn.
Yeah. No, that was great.
The last one.
And Ander was about the only one to consistently be able to resist an overpowered succubus.
Huge succubus.
And Tali.
Yeah.
Tali resisted.
Yeah, so we ended with Queen Biatch, or Princess Biatch, I suppose. Shiloh, running out of the nice little pocket of space I made for her, calling forth to her undead army and seeming like she was about to charge out of the room after Sagana bamfed away, and Omen chasing her down, and I suppose the rest of us trying to decide if we wanted to continue. Anders
Keela's
trying to
moving
decide if he wants
after
to
Vic.
try
I'll be
and
following.
murder that little shit on the way out.
Nope, I have things for you.
Yeah, at the very tail end of the ritual, a little archaeology assistant known as Lonathan, previously who was murdered, turned out to be faking his death, was actually a cultist, managed to use the ruse to get down here and join the ritual in time to help complete it.
I really
Who
want
was
to
it
kill
that
him.
said we should burn that body?
Fine. Well, I kind of want to, well, not burn him, but something else to him now.
Next
don't
time
have
we
burn.
find a body and I say to burn it, we burn it.
Omen did get to decapitate a cultist that punched him in the face. That was really
Yeah,
cool.
that was great. That was great.
Yeah, that was the play of the
That was-
game. Was
Oh, that was
Nope.
fantastic.
the wizard or cleric, don't know really which, who couldn't hit Omen to save his life with a spell, but then landed 2 lucky punches that did
That was
One of them a crit.
hilarious.
oh
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
right.
a-
And then
a
it only did
2-point
like 2
crit.
damage when it was a crit.
Yep.
yeah, landed 2 lucky hits that did fuck all. At which point Omen proceeded to take his giant honking sword and remove his head,
Mhm.
Yes, that was
and flash cauterize it at the same time.
Yep.
But it's not actually. It's not a giant honking.
Cool.
It's not a great sword. It's just a regular longsword, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why I think
He's
it's
half
huge.
giant.
Yeah, take his sword and take his head off, and flash cauterize it at the same time. It was beautiful.
It's probably closer to a great sword if Vander was wielding it.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah,
It was,
you know, you're 9 feet tall.
and I believe elicited a cheer from most of us because we were all hoping for a crit on that, and it happened.
Yep.
Brr, It was beautiful. And Sevgi got double crits. One for a save and then one for an attack.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, Sevgi proceeded to beast mode her injury and just say, "No, I'm not. I'm ignoring the fact that I have internal
Yeah,
bleeding."
That's true. Sevgi has a deep leg wound that was
That she is just taking like a champ.
that was going to reduce her speed and or give her disadvantage on attacks, but every round she saved.
no.
Yeah.
Sevgi said no.
She did not miss a save.
Yep. Okay.
And it was great.
Yeah, so that brings us up to where we are now. So let's jump back into this and set the scene a little bit more specifically. So we find ourselves. Let's actually move over to the battle layout here, and I can move this over. And yeah, let's see here. It's really not that's a little too small. I'll go with this. Yeah. All right. So we are in this underground tomb, not terribly far underground because it's built into a artificial hill. Presumably, the apex of these domed chambers of the actual burial mound are probably only a few feet below the the top of the artificial hill. You're underground in this tomb. It is otherwise pitch black, but Aquila has a light spell on her, thanks to Tali. Well, now that I
Omen
think
has
about
a
it,
torch.
did Tali use any concentration spells? There was so much
Light's
going
not
on.
concentration.
It's not concentration.
Yeah.
It's not.
No, it's
I
just
keep
a-
thinking
it's
it is.
just
Yeah,
there.
It's just
Yeah.
there. Yeah. Never mind. So Aquila's
Doesn't matter.
Aquila's glowing brightly, and Omen has a torch. So there is some light. There is still a sort of undulating, inky void of cold, whispery oil in the center of the chamber.
Guess I hadn't dropped that yet.
No, not yet.
No one cares about it yet.
Though, as far as you know, everybody that was in
There
there
really
is
was
now
a
out of
point
there.
that covered us to some degree.
Yeah, Sagana has just in the last couple seconds dashed out of your Hunger of Zadok area and used, I believe, her last one of her last remaining spell slots to Dimension Door away. Our two our two characters who were able to use Counterspell used that ability earlier and couldn't stop her from getting away.
It's just
Yeah.
not in line of sight.
Yeah, you weren't line
And
of
I-
sight. That's right.
Burned my spells to drop
Yeah.
hunger on her.
Yeah. So she's somewhere within 500 feet. And the newly risen ancient warrior princess, Shailue of the ancient Etrian kingdom, has just ran out of that bubble as well and proceeded to largely ignore the rest of you and run back out into the sort of foyer area of the tomb, the rest, the sort of reception and where she was buried with her elite soldiers and all of that. So she's proceeding presumably back towards the entrance of this burial mound and to the soldiers that she just recently called out for. These soldiers that the party had just in the last half hour or so just walked by. They were just standing there, largely not mummified, but very well preserved. Really did quite a thorough investigation of them, and nothing happened. They seemed dead. They seemed inert, and they continued forth. And when Shailue called out towards them, they called back and are now seemingly risen as well. Now,
Not the most shocking occurrence.
Right. Now, I believe several people in the party are fairly injured. I know Omen has taken quite some hits. Sevgi has taken some hits. Aquila, you've taken some hits, but you're an HP tank, so you're probably still fairly well put together.
Yeah, I'm okay.
I'm
not bloodied.
Mm-hmm. I think Tali and Ander are more or less fine.
I think I'm perfectly fine, honestly. Let me go back to check.
I've taken a few, but not.
I
think I'm still at like 3/4.
That Ander's the only token on this board that I don't have a health bar for, so I'll have to fix that. Yeah, so now that presumably the largest target is on her way out and drawing even more targets, there are still 4 cultists that are still alive back in this chamber, but Shailue is running further back into the tomb, presumably to her soldiers and to the exit. Omen has just begun dashing to chase after Shailue, and that's where we left off, because we're going to continue this in initiative as we sort of do a running battle out of this tomb.
Okay. I thought last week you said we were going to drop initiative since most people seem to want to chase after her.
Well, I was planning on just doing it narratively, but you guys will never let me do that. So we're going to go with initiative and see what exactly how exactly you want to try to resolve whatever's going on here. So, yeah, this is pretty much a cold open. We are starting right in the heat of combat. Cold, heat, not sure. But we're going to start off right at the top of the initiative order. Warm, a warm start. That doesn't mean no. Anyway.
Room temperature.
So, Tali, that means you are starting off our episode. You are at the top of the initiative order.
Ah, wow. Okay, cool. I guess I will, let me think. How does this guy next to me look?
That is number 3. Somebody's landed one decent hit on him. He more or less looks fine though. And
Yeah,
he is currently bobbing and weaving. He's taken the dodge action.
Okay. I'm gonna just dash, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65. I'm not done. Scroll, you jerk. Was I on 65?
Mm-hmm.
No, 60. 65. And 70. I'm gonna stay right there.
Okay.
And yeah, that's all I can do. So, oh wait, my hammer. Oh crap. Yeah, I'm gonna bonus action use my spiritual weapon
You can move
because it's
20
still
feet.
up.
I will tell you
It's not
right
very
now, that
far
hammer
now.
cannot catch her.
Oh, yeah, I know. I was thinking of just bringing it with me. I'm not sure how.
I mean, yeah, you could smack Lonathan on the way out if you really want to.
I want to do that. I want to smack Lonzo on the way out.
I think it needs to
deserves it.
stay within a certain range of you, or it will blink out.
Yeah,
but I
that's
think it's a
60
decent
feet.
range. Yeah.
25. Oh, it can't. It won't make it to Lonathan.
No.
Only move 20 feet.
No, but it'll get close.
20. Yeah, it'll just get to the edge of the bubble. If you're going towards Lonathan.
On the next turn, though, you could start by smacking him.
Kill him. Smack him.
Yeah,
next
I'm
turn.
gonna bring it closer to 5, 10, 15, 20. I'll put it right here.
Okay. I need to. Right. Okay, good. Yes, question marks with a plus is Charleway, and question marks with a 2 are skeletons, which are currently all dead.
Oh,
Okay, that is Tali. I have to remember to pay close attention to the initiative because it was being super wonky last week, so I'm actually going to go ahead and write down the initiative now.
What is this heresy?
Yeah, using pen and paper on a tabletop RPG. What are we doing?
The tradition.
Septi, Fanatics, Shy the Way, Ander, Omen, Skeletons, Sagana, who is gone, and Aquila. Hopefully Roll20 will play nice, though. Okay, Sevgi, we are back to you.
Okay, I guess I will... Let me roll my Constitution save real quick before I make any decisions. Not on advantage. I don't know why I'm on advantage.
13. I'm gonna have to consult my chart for that one because that's close enough.
ooh.
Yeah, I
Let's
think
see.
13 was the number that she needed. Pretty sure.
We're hoping.
Let's see. Yes, a 13 still makes that con save. You're good.
Ooh.
Go, Sip.
I'm sorry. You started breaking up, so I'm able to.
Oh.
I'm just
You're
fine.
good.
Yeah, you're good.
Good.
You're
Okay.
good to
Yeah.
go.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. It started breaking up like right at the very end. Like I didn't hear any of that. All right.
It happens.
Okay. So I guess. Yeah. All right. So I guess 5, 10, 30. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother with.
Gonna take a shot at Lonathan.
I kind of do, and I kind of don't at the same time. I don't know why. I
mean, he does deserve it.
He does.
He earned it.
He
earned
does.
it.
That's the thing. Nah.
He's just a kid.
Yeah. No, he's a.
No pressure.
It's like he's not just a kid. He's a cultist.
Just a
He'd kill us
poor,
happily.
misguided youth.
He'd happily kill us.
30. I'm just gonna
Stupid youth.
dash my way out. I'm not gonna worry about him right now.
Okay.
And I guess that would be my turn.
That brings us back down to all of these other cultists. And it looks like to the three in the back row that everybody is leaving them alone. Everyone's sort of running towards Lonathan, though, which is not great. I'm thinking...
Yeah, I remember one of the last things that was said to him. I know Ander had a quip that he threw at Lonathan, but Omen also had one at the end of his turn last round. Something akin to "You should have stayed dead."
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
I
I felt that.
Yeah. Both Omen and Ander had some remarks about his immediate health concerns. So, I think Lonathan's going to go along with the ancient, terrifying undead lady.
That seems like a terrible idea.
Oh, it just makes it easier to hit him.
Do I get an opportunity attack since he ran past me, or is it too late for that?
No, you would get an attack of opportunity.
Ew.
Smack
Cool,
him.
I think I will do that. Let's see, 20. 13.
13. Actually, I need to pull up all of my cards here. We got cultist. Pull you up just in case. You just in case.
I assume he ran.
Did I not put that?
We're here in his jammies still. It's probably not wearing armor.
No, but neither were any of the other cultists.
Oh yeah, true.
Okay, let me just get all of this situated here. Let's see. Lonathan, a 13. Actually, that does just hit.
Oh, okay. Cool. Let's see how much damage I can do. Bludgeoning.
6 bludgeoning damage. Okay. Where's my pencil?
Smack that little shit.
He was number 8. Yeah, somebody actually already did hit him for quite a bit. What'd you say? 6? Cool. Okay, yeah, you catch him in the back with your warhammer as he comes running past you. Kilo, you're all the way back there. Tali Sevgi, what languages do you speak?
Elvish, common. He speaks way more than I do.
Yeah, she speaks a lot.
Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, Elvish, and Infernal.
Okay. Make an intelligence check for me.
I need eyes of the Rune Keeper for language, for like verbal.
Ears of the Rune Keeper.
Ears of the linguist.
And no, just to head you off, Taylor, he is not speaking loud enough for even your lupine ears to hear.
a 7.
7.
She's a
Yeah,
sorcerer.
there seems to be he's speaking some kind of infernal, but does seem to be mixed with another language that you've heard them speak before, and has been sort of dispensed amongst the group, that they speak in a sort of mixture of infernal and celestial. You basically pick out.
Abyssal before.
Was it abyssal?
Yeah, because I don't know infernal, but I do know abyssal. And because I could understand them chanting before.
You don't know infernal, but you do know abyssal.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know celestial and abyssal.
Okay. Well, I think I gave you partial because you understood celestial.
Ah, that could be it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Because it's definitely
No,
infernal.
I wrote it down. It says.
Yeah, it's fair.
Oh, okay, maybe. Yeah, because I wrote down abyssal.
Did you?
Oh, no.
We'll change that to infernal.
Like, whatever. That's fine.
Yeah,
I was just
the umbrella of celestials and their languages is more concentrated in my game than the Dungeons and Dragons standard. It's more like dialects than kind of largely different. We're not going to get into it.
They're sort of like similar. They're related on the family tree of language.
Yeah, yeah. But yes, you just barely managed to pick out. Basically, help take me with you.
He must die.
And you know what? I'm actually going to roll for that. I don't think there is a roll for pleading. But,
Persuasion?
Yeah, we could do persuasion. Oh, okay. All right, that's pretty good.
Oh. Very persuasive, Lonathan. I'm actually impressed. I still hate you, but I'm impressed.
Does she understand that language?
Let's just roll this to what's the roll here? /GMR. Is this going to work correctly? No. Every week I forget the command. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. Actually, there's no reason for him to stop there. He's going to say that and sort of dash ahead.
Okay.
And eventually we're going to get off this map, and we're probably going to go Theater of the Mind at that point. Okay, that brings... well, these three... I don't think these three... Yeah, I think at this point these three are going to move up just a little bit, but take cover behind some of these tombs and use the dodge action. Because there's really nowhere to go back here. Yeah. Actually, can you make it the other way? Not without a dash, and he'd rather dodge. They're going to go over there. We're going to leave that at that. Now we have Shiloh. So, at this point, Shiloh actually does look down at this sort of scrawny, the scrawny young guy who continues to dash forward. And, yeah, she's going to turn around, see you all following. and she Yeah, Tali, you speak. You understand enough of the Etrian, the ancient Etrian Elvish dialect that you pick up. You pick up the gist of this. She looks back at those of you following. She looks forward to Lonathan and further down the hallway. And she calls out, not as loud as before, but she calls out, how would she, because of a language barrier, you're not getting exactly what she says. But the gist of it is, I have arisen. You as well. Come forth, my loyal, and we shall do something. At which point she waves her hands. A rift splits. And there's sort of this pocket of fog that sort of rolls out from this rift. And at this point, only Tali, Sevgi, and Omen can see this, but a skeletal horse comes galloping out of this rift, and you can see this horse has sort of blue flames where its mane and tail would be, licking back against the skeletal remains. Not simply necessarily just bones. There's a little bit of meat to it, but it is definitely a dead and undead horse of some kind. Comes charging out of this rift, and in one swift motion, she grabs on to the flames of this undead steed, hoists herself up, charges forward on the horse's back. You can see that the horse actually is not making contact with the ground. It is hovering and galloping a couple inches off of the ground. Runs forward, grabs Lonathan by just the back of his collar and throws him up on the horse. And let me double check here what exactly the movement speed is. She is definitely going to get off the map.
I feel like that should take a check or something. Don't let me
seriously.
fucking kill Lonathan, damn it!
I know.
Sure.
You keep yanking
Take the
away
dodge
these characters
action.
before I can off them.
Same here. It's like, what the hell? I demand satisfaction.
Well, work harder. Let's...
He's
yeah,
hunkered
we'll,
down, taking the dodge
we'll
action.
call this an athletics check. A 15. Yoinking a scrawny kid off of the ground onto a horse for an experienced rider with a magical mount. I'm going to say she makes that.
Okay.
And let's see here. Where do I need to go? Well, regardless, they are both well off the map at this point. 5, 10, 15, 20,
Alright. I'm gonna use my next turn to talk to her. Too late.
5.
I know, it's like so much for any plans I had.
Yeah. I still have another plan. I had 2 plans.
Let's go to my other map here, and you can't really see too much of the passage that she's going down. Where is my... Here it is. She moved 35 out of... Right. I really thought I put this into Roll20, but I guess I didn't. Okay. That is that. Can't dash because it was definitely an action to summon. Okay.
What's the horse's name?
What
You
the
know
hell's the horse's movement speed?
Fast. So many different notes.
Seems impractical to have a horse inside of a tomb.
Hallways are big
Pretty
enough.
I'm sure she.
Seems like some Mary
Still
Sue
seems impractical.
fucking bullshit.
Yeah, that's... I'm trying not to say that, but yes.
It's almost like you failed to stop a ritual you know is going to happen, and now you have to. Now it's a running fight to roll it back. This is all stuff that was pre-planned, guys. Okay. Plus, reoccurring villains are more interesting than ones that you beat down immediately.
I'm not mad about Shiloh. I'm mad about not getting to at least take out the inconsequential little shit. At least get something.
Inconsequential. He was integral to the success of this ritual. Okay.
Okay, he knows what's coming to him. We can let him sweat for a little bit.
What is that distance there? I'll have to record all of this. So he's about... He got down to about there. Okay. That's Shiloh. That will bring us to Ander. Let me throw this back to the appropriate map. Now, if you recall, down past this... down past this corridor here, that opens out into the sort of gathering hall, reception hall, with the door with the handprints. That room was probably a good 80 to 100 feet in width before you got to the hallway that you looked down previously, that led down to the dried up fountain area that Omen found before and left a torch. So actually anybody who has a clear shot down this hallway can see all the way down to where that fountain is. There's darkness between where the light from Aquila and Omen stop, and where it starts up again from the torch Omen left. But it is largely a straight line.
Would the flames on the horse also be giving off light?
I believe that gives off... actually... Yes, it does give off very low light. It gives off a radius of 10-foot dim light.
Ooh.
So, well... Oh, damn it. So I move. So if I move here, I can see them running down the hall, or no?
Yes.
How far away are they, though? If they're off the map, they have to be at least.
She was
Nope. Not
here-ish, I believe. So she's about 100 feet from you.
Well, that is within range.
She's pretty much just... She, the horse, and Lonathan are just about getting to the opposite end of that reception area, down that hallway that had all the the fancy busts and cups and other treasures.
And she pulled Lonathan up onto the back of the horse, right?
Right.
I'm going to take a shot at Lonathan down the hallway.
Okay. You can do so.
He's within range.
Yeah. Uh, 23 is definitely going to hit for another 6 damage.
And one more.
19 for another 8 works as well. So, actually, what you see, Shiloh dashes forward on the mount, grabs Lonathan by the back of the coat, throws him up on the horse. He doesn't even really get up in position. He's just sort of kind of like holding onto her, half sliding off of the thing. And as he's throwing his leg up around, as this horse is moving at breakneck speed, you pop out from behind the wall there, chuck 2 Eldritch Blasts. The first hits into the back of his shoulder, further knocking him off guard. He grabs onto Shiloh's armor, and begins slipping off. You can see it actually pulls her back just a little bit, at which point she just elbows him in the side. He goes flying off the back of the horse, and you plant the second Eldritch Blast square between the shoulders. He hits the ground hard and does not get up.
Not getting away today, you little.
Nice shot.
And yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
Yeah. Omen, what do you got for
Wasn't
me?
gonna stop her, I'll at least stop him.
I feel a little better already.
Yeah, so Omen was going to spend his action to cast haste, but with his already reduced speed and this crazy princess woman on a horse, he's going to think better about being able to catch her, and is going to turn around to the area where he just earlier decapitated one of the cultists, and he's going to go over and pick up their head.
Okay. Yeah, you can definitely do so.
Yeah, shove the cultist's head into the bag.
Okay. You can add to your inventory one cultist head.
Yeah, go ahead.
Isn't that Chadius's head?
I believe this
It is
is
Chadius' head. Yeah, you can add to your inventory the head of Chadius.
Ew, Chadius. I was so happy about that, and I still am.
Okay. Let's see. There are no more skeletons to worry about. Sagana is gone. That brings us back to Aquila.
Cool. Okay. So I can get about up here going. I'll be back here. Okay. And Holly can more or less communicate it through Elvish. Yes.
Yeah, more or less, yeah.
Somewhat.
Okay, so I want her to. I want you to race ahead and start yelling at that bitch that we know the location of her spear, and if she wants it, she needs to come and face us.
Sure, I'll do that.
That's like, look, it's. She is always depicted with it. It is part of her title. It was important enough for her sister to take as a trophy. It might mean something. So let's try this.
Sure, I'll do that. Yeah, I can do that. Sounds easy enough.
Okay. And I guess that's all I've got for right now, since I can't actually take any action against her.
Okay. Holly, we're back to you.
All right, yeah, I guess I'll let's see 5, 10, 15, 20. I'll just, go my full movement in, this direction, map south, and start yelling out what Aquila mentioned, that we know where her, sword or her star
In
lance
Etrian
is.
as best you can. In Etrian, please.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know Etrian. She knows Elvish, but
Jack said
assume
last time
Spear
that
of the
you were being
Heavens.
taught sort of Etrian.
yeah, that's
you
right.
can pick up
What?
you can pick up the meaning of Etrian. You can pick up the general meaning
like-
of Etrian.
So, is it like I can understand it, but I can't speak it type of situation, or?
Mostly. You speak modern day Elvish largely, maybe not fluently, but conversationally, and You might be able to if you keep it simple enough.
Yeah.
Remember some of the ancient part of that Etrian dialect. If you keep it short and pick out simple words, it'll be easier to get across.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm gonna again 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65. Crap.
And then you're
Yeah, I
off
think
the
that was
board.
70.
Yeah, so you're 5 feet off the board or so.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna say, what was I? I'm pretty sure I have read Shiloh's like more elvish name somewhere, right? Or was
Yes.
Shiloh her? Yeah.
That would be. I'll move this over here. And I mean, Shiloh is her Etrian name, her Etrian
Yeah.
sort of chosen name. But if you want
Okay.
the her family line, I have that as well, which you would know.
Sure.
And this is Ancient Etrian Kingdom. Yes, she is. Go on. There we go. Yes, she would. Her. As far as you know, her full Etrian name is Etriel Shiloué.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna yell Etriel Shilohé, first daughter of the King Etrius' name as Galces Etrin,
It is
right? Something like that.
It is Etriel Gaiarul.
Yeah, rule. Yeah. We have
Etriel
Etriel
Gaiarul.
rule. Okay.
I didn't practice. Saying it before this episode.
Yeah.
Elven names can get a little hard for humans to say.
Yeah, rule. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say, dang it, Etriel Shilohé, first daughter of Etriel Gaiabrul. Trying to throw out things that she recognizes. We know where your Spear of the Heavens is. What was the rest of the cue wanted me to say? Dang it. Please come talk
Face
to
us
us
if you want it. If you want to
if
know
you
its
want it.
location.
Okay.
If you want, fine, because that's simpler.
So that was not short and simple, but you did actually use some of the vocabulary that is actually in this tomb, even if you didn't pronounce the names exactly correctly. But that's fine because I didn't either the first time. Make a what would language be? Intelligence or wisdom? I feel like learning would be intelligence, but using would be wisdom. Yeah, go ahead and make me a wisdom check with half proficiency. See how much of this you get across.
+2.
Round
So
it
would
up,
I not
or
get
down.
advantage from using the keywords that I chose, or because she's
That's
really
being
interested in her weapon?
I will say if you get the message across well enough, I will give you advantage on the persuasion roll.
Okay, well that is a 14 + 2, that's a 16.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give you advantage on the persuasion roll, but there is an asterisk attached to this that I will not explain until the after show.
Okay,
Maybe
will
not even this
I
after
be
show.
allowed to use guidance?
No, this is all happening too fast. You're essentially using your action to communicate because this is a larger, command.
Okay, no worries. Ah, man, I got an A. No.
Okay. So further down a field, as she is continuing to gallop away, the sort of lightly smoldering body of Lonathan on the ground between you two. She holds on to the flaming mane of her horse, looks back at you. I am the spear of heavens. It is of me. And I will have it again, whether you permit or not.
I just wanted to talk to her. That is it. And then kill her if necessary. But
Yeah,
talk
you
first, at least.
that's the gist of what you get. You also you feel like she said dirt, and sight. Let's see, Sevgi. Dirt, sight, and betrayal. You would pick out. There's no way you're going to be able to catch her on foot unless you have any other fancy things up your sleeve.
Yeah.
But you should have some. I don't know how many spell slots you have left, but you should have some fairly long range spell attacks.
I'm not sure what exactly I want to do right now, but
Ander, you're on deck. Omen after that.
yeah, I genuinely do not know what I should do right now.
Let's see what Sevgi has. I mean, if you move up, I think lightning bolt is 100-foot range. I don't think you can get close enough for that to work. Well, no. If you move your action, if you move your movement up, she would probably just be in range of lightning bolt. Even your, I mean, your cantrip is 120-foot range. That would definitely hit.
Did she thunderstep into her?
Thunderstep would give you an extra 90-foot range on teleport, and do some damage.
Where she leaves, I think, but
let's see.
might be able to block.
You teleport yourself to an
Style away.
unoccupied space that you can see within range immediately after you disappear. Yeah, it hits the space you leave, not the space you go to. So you wouldn't do any damage, but you could teleport yourself 90 feet pretty much directly to her after your movement.
Take me with you, and we can be a roadblock.
Because I wouldn't go by myself, that's one thing for sure.
You can bring one other creature
Okay, I
of your
guess I
size
will
or
do that.
smaller.
I guess.
I still count as medium.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess I could do that then. I'll thunderstep and take Aquila with me, and yeah,
Okay. Yeah. So you spend 5, 10. You spend 10 feet of movement to get to Aquila. You cast Thunderstep. You and Aquila, Ander, you're right behind this, and a creature within 10 feet of the space you left. 5, 10. I will let you know, Sevgi, if you.
You can just move up in front of
Yeah,
me.
if you move up in
Yeah, well,
front
she
of
goes
her.
right here.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so you can run ahead of Aquila, reach your hand back, cast your Thunderstep. Ander, you are almost knocked back by this thunderous eruption as Sevgi and Aquila are sort of compressed into this lightning bolt, shoot forward. It sends out a shock wave, almost like a breaking the sound barrier shock wave, seismic boom, that throws your hair back and your cloak back. Your ears are ringing. And in short time, they shoot forward 90 feet down and apparate out of this lightning bolt just behind the galloping horse of Shiloh. Aquila, you are obviously stuck back there. Zevgi, you do, however, have another 15 feet of movement if you want to try to get in front of her.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, she is just at the opening of going out of that reception hall and down the hallway that leads to the fountain room. That hallway being the one that has the busts and the treasure on the podium. Passageway you have not been down before. It is a 10-foot wide hallway, as most of the major hallways in this place have been. But a horse is technically large size, so it would have to go through you.
Sure, I guess I'll use the rest of my movement. And yeah, I guess I'll do that then, I suppose.
Okay.
I super appreciate you doing that.
Okay, that is definitely interesting. Let's see how this is going to affect things. Okay, then we have fanatics. Yeah, I did all of. As far as the fanatics, I don't think they noticed that Omen turned around and picked up one of their heads, so they're not. I don't think they're feeling great about continuing to move forward.
I think only one of them saw.
Yeah, I was gonna say his hunger.
Actually, yeah, the other two can't see that. Let's see here. Yeah, it's probably not enough. Okay. Yeah, so I think seeing that, actually, this one is just going to run back. 5, 10, 15, 20. And run over to join the others. And over on that end of the room, though nobody can see, nobody has direct line of sight on the cultists anymore. You can. That's an interesting take. I think that would work, because I think that's a better idea than what they were originally planning to do. You can hear what sounds like a light tremor, like coming from that side of the room. You also hear there you are. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason it wouldn't. Yeah, you also hear sort of this muffled, almost metal on stone sound, but it's definitely muffled. Okay, then we're back to Shiloh. Shiloh is going to well, her steed gets its movement. I don't think I want to use that yet. Yeah, let's see here, because 5th edition, to my knowledge, doesn't have any real rules for a sort of bull rush situation, if I remember correctly. So it's probably going to just be a contested. It's kind of like shoving a creature.
Yes, some creatures have an ability that's akin to it, like
Yeah.
surcharge, but
Yeah. What is a creature that has that?
I believe
Probably a bull.
Mammoth does, Panther does. Those are the only two I remember offhand.
Yes.
I think elks do.
Let's see here.
I believe you're right,
Horses are-
actually.
Horses are super skittish sort of
Panthers
animal,
have
though.
pounce,
But it's fair.
which is basically a knock prone. Yeah, that
Wild
would
boar,
be
I think, do too.
that would be DC based as opposed to a contested. Actually, I think the original just shoving a creature, which would allow it to be knocked down, is an attack roll. Let's see.
If you look at the elk, that's one of the easier ones.
Targeted by there. The elk. Let's see what the elk has to say.
Moves at least 20 feet in a straight line towards the target and has a ram attack.
Yeah. Okay. So I will say, because this horse has been moving for multiple turns now, it has been moving 20 feet in a straight line, whether you were there during its turn or not. Now, the giant elk is a DC 2, so I will have to modify this a little bit. Is that a large creature as well? That's a huge creature, actually. Okay.
Yeah, just a regular elk is large.
Yeah, regular elk is at large.
Giant.
Yeah, I was looking at giant elk.
Elk are ginormous.
Yeah. What's the DC of the regular elk in that case? Okay. I mean, the regular elk, which is a large, and the giant, which is a huge, is only one difference, despite their strength being a larger difference than that. Okay. Sevgi, how do you look? Are you below half health? Are you bloodied?
Not bloodied, but
Okay. Let's see here.
yeah.
Because I don't think she's going to use that yet. Should have kept track of which page I was on here. There we go. Hopefully my camera is not picking up any of the multiple pages I'm flipping back and forth between. Okay. Nice. Okay.
There's pictures on the page.
Okay, so I'm going to say Sevgi, because you are actively trying to interpose yourself. Go ahead and make a, I believe it's a strength saving throw. Make a strength saving throw. Okay.
Ooh.
So worried.
There's Sevki with the saving throws.
Okay. So yeah, let me narrate how this is going to go down, and I can explain the reasoning and action economy behind this. So what we have here, so I'm having to kind of kit bash a couple rules together, because this is not really a concise rule for 5th edition. Where is... Okay. Okay, interesting. Yeah, Sevgi, you that changes things. The moving around creatures rule. That's okay. So Sevgi, you shoot forward in your thunderstep and dash another 15 feet in front of Charleway and her sort of ethereal, semi-ethereal undead horse. And it plows into you. You manage to hold your ground. You sort of brace yourself against the ground and on part of the wall. You do still take damage, but you will not be knocked prone, and you will stop the movement from this creature.
Nice.
Let's see here.
Not the damage part, but the thing part.
Yeah, because let me check something else here. Okay. Yeah, armor works in a different way in this game than what I was originally going to apply here. But let's check this out. Yeah, because you really were not dodging. You were just relying on, well, you don't wear any armor, just your natural fortitude to absorb this blow. Using dexterity, you could still know how to move your body to help absorb the blow as well. So I won't take dexterity off of your AC for that, because it doesn't really work in this system as well as it did in 3.5. So let's see here. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely a hit. And that's going to be... if you couldn't tell, this is definitely a use of something that I didn't see coming, which is great. I know it takes a little bit more time to administer unexpected rules, but I think it's great. And then the ramming damage, which is going to be less than a creature that has the the actual feature for a charge, but it is still throwing its momentum into you, and you are willingly imposing yourself between the two. 1d6. Okay, you take 23 points of damage. How are you looking?
Still breathing.
Okay. So that's that.
But bloody now.
Yes. Okay. And then we have Charlouet. Yes, so she doesn't really have a weapon. So I think what she's going to do, you do cause the horse to stop short, so it only gets 10 feet of its movement in before it is stopped by you. However, yeah, you are knocked back just a bit. You are definitely hurt. You can see the horse stops, actually rears back up on its hind legs, and she raises her shield arm up over her head, and as the horse slams down with its hoof, she's going to just try to shield bash you with her shield. And you notice as I think she would use... Which would she use? And she doesn't know who you are or what you can do. Yeah, she wants to ensure that she can get out of here. Yeah, as she raises her arm at the apex of this ethereal skeletal horse rears back, you can see the light from the torches, or the torch in front of her, the minimal amount of light coming from behind you. Actually, Aquila is a lot closer now, the light coming off of Aquila. And the light off of the mane of the horse actually sort of funnels into the white wood boss of the shield, and it glows brightly. And as she slams down, she is going to make an attack against you. It would pretty much be an improvised... Well, I mean, a soldier would be trained in shield bashing, but shields aren't really... I'm going to call it a simple weapon. I mean, it's pretty much just being used as a club.
There is a feat for hitting somebody with a shield. So,
Which book is that in?
the player's handbook.
Is it really? Huh.
Yep.
I think Shield Master, right, or
Yep.
something like that.
One.
Well, in that case,
I've seen it before,
let's see what
considered it
that
solid.
grants. Because if that grants something special, then I won't give it to her, because she presumably doesn't have that feat. She would be trained in using her shield, but maybe not is not an expert of using it precisely that way. Where are you? There you are. That grants a bonus action to try to shove. Adds AC. Yeah, if you aren't incapacitated, adds your shield's AC bonus to any dexterity saving throws. If you succeed the dexterity saving throw, you only take half damage. You can use your reaction to take no damage. Okay, so the only benefit it makes to taking the attack is it grants a free shove. So not having the feat would not prohibit making the attack, which I think would be rather limiting either way. It's probably not going to do a lot of damage because it's not intended to be a weapon. And it doesn't have the same reach as would otherwise be. We'll say half proficiency. Because I gotta make things more mathematically difficult for myself. Let's see here.
That was fun.
Jack's a masochist for this sort of thing.
Oh.
Oh no.
So, anybody watching the stream, those in chat can confirm that Charlouet just rolled a natural 20. Because the dice know. Oh, the dice know. Okay.
Dice.
Well,
Dice.
that's
No.
that's not great. Let me actually check something else here real quick. There's a lot of moving parts because 5th edition doesn't really have concise rules. You kind of have to kit bash a bunch of things together. Let's see, because I am looking for improvised weapons. Are improvised weapons still a thing in 5th edition? I feel like they
I think
are.
so.
They
Sounds
are.
familiar.
They definitely are.
Yeah, where is that covered? Is that covered under equipment or is it covered under combat?
It's an under combat. There's also a feat for that.
Yeah,
A la
yeah.
Tavern Brawler.
Yeah, Tavern Brawler.
Jackie Chan feet.
Object making attack rolls, unseen, modifier. Yeah, I really don't want to get too bogged down in just searching the handbook for obscure and largely unused rules. Let's see what that feat has to say. Man, this got a lot more complicated with that one last maneuver. So, just because I don't want to completely smack you down for doing something that I think was actually a brilliant move. Let's see, Tavern Brawler. Yeah, that just gives you proficiency with using improvised weapons. Yeah. Well, I mean, it hits anyway. With a natural 20, even without the proficiency bonus, it would still hit. And because crits always hit, it doesn't mean it does any additional damage. It just applies proficiency. So I wouldn't give her proficiency in the attack, but she doesn't need it in this case. Otherwise, Tavern Brawler just increases your unarmed damage and gives you a bonus to your strength or constitution, and gives you a free grapple attempt. Okay. So let's see. It is going to do.
So the rules of improvised weapon: an object that bears no resemblance to a weapon deals 1d4 damage.
Okay. I will be generous and say it only does 1d4 damage, even though, coming from a military studies background, I do think that shields are actual weapons. I will be nice just because of the mechanics of this game and give that a 1d4. But it also gets other things because the shield is doing something fancy. So it would be 2d4 because it's a critical, plus, oh my fucking god. Every time, if it's not Omen, it's Sevgi.
I think we were supposed to fight her yet.
Where'd you get that idea?
You take another 24 points of damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. If you are still up.
Cool, I'm out.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, you get smacked with the now radiantly glowing boss, Whitewood boss of this shield. Hits you right in the side, the temple on your head, as you are reeling back from bearing into this horse, stopping it. You're thrown back just enough. She slams down with the shield, knocks your head in. You slam into the wall and slam down to the ground. Aquila, you can see when she hit with the shield, there is a blinding flash of light that emanates. You're fine, but it was a very bright light. If Sevgi was still conscious with her eyes open, it probably would have been an impairment. Sevgi is knocked unconscious, now no longer a impediment to the horse. It's going to continue the rest of its movement. I loved that plan, but you didn't have the HP to keep it going.
How far away did it get?
It moved 90 feet away from you. That's the movement speed of this particular creature.
Even after attacking her?
Yep.
Bullshit.
It has a movement speed
Horses are
of
pretty
90
fast.
feet. And it is not just a regular horse. Obviously.
No, really? I wouldn't have guessed.
Magical
Okay.
horse.
Ander, we are up to you. It is now from your position almost 200 feet away from you. After dashing, fortunately it doesn't trample over Sevgi because it's hovering about 3 or 4 inches off the ground.
Oh.
Does kind of kick into her a little bit, but doesn't do any more appreciable damage as the horse continues to sort of hover gallop its way down the hall. But it is now down into the fountain room, a good 200 feet away from you, and you can actually see. Actually, I'm going to wait on that because I'm going to throw that into another part of the initiative order. So that's what you see. She's down in the well room, which is about 200 feet from you. And you can also clearly see that Sevgi went down, and Aquila is obviously closer.
Well, so Sevgi is, you said, like 100 feet away?
She teleported 90 from where she was, and then moved 15,
Like 10
5,
feet.
10, 100. She's 115
More
feet
than
away.
100. Okay. Things are going badly. No, stop it. So I know that they're looking at the map. The back area we were in had no other exits. This front area with the pillars,
Mm-hmm.
Does it stop at the line? Like here?
Yes, let me get this out of the way. Reveal area. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily see around the corners, but yes, where the line stops, it does meet the earthen wall of of the earth, the earthen wall of the earth. You're underground.
That's fine. We could see a little bit on. I hate having to switch tools. We could see a little bit there, and I wanted to make sure that wasn't just like open space that might have something, or if that was rock wall.
Right. Yeah, it's
Okay. I guess I'm gonna probably shout back to Omen since I don't think he can see any of this.
Nope.
Just shout back. Sevgi's down. We need to go. And take my full dash towards where Sevgi and Aquila are.
Okay.
Which is only going to get me 60 feet, but
okay. Yeah, so you're down into the reception chamber at this point, probably about halfway down that chamber. So Sevgi's another probably 50, 60 feet in front of you.
And in this reception chamber, there was one room off. There was the way that Shiloh is going towards the fountain, and then there was one more room off to the side we didn't explore, right?
Right. If you remember the map from previously, and I can switch back to it if need be, map south goes, out towards the fountain. Map left goes towards the room where things are being thrown at you, and map right goes towards another room you had not explored yet.
Okay.
I think you briefly looked inside. Did you briefly look inside? I don't think you did because you wanted to get through the blood door.
Right. With my full sprint, can I get any closer to that room to actually see any details of what's inside it?
You do have dark vision, and it is a long room, so no. I'm not going to say it will cost you any movement. You get into the reception area, look in that direction, and you realize it's probably too far for you to get in this movement. If you want to start that way, I will let you, but I won't lock you into that movement.
Because, so if I'm here, like at the start of my turn, well, crap, I realized that's off camera. That's kind of in the middle, like, is the entrance to that room sort of in between where Sevgi is and where I started? Or is it closer to one of us than the other? Does that make sense? Like, how much of a detour would it be to go to the entrance of the room on the way to trying to meet up with?
Let me throw you over to this page. And okay, so
I'm trying to find an alternate exit of some kind, since I feel like our way out is going to be
85. I originally had that planned to be about 120 feet long. Right? Is that right? That doesn't seem long enough. Maybe I made it wider than I intended to on the map, and that's why it doesn't look right. Because that is about... It should be about 130 feet, so the...
Yeah, and actually, I never saw the room where they're in. It's still fog to war on my screen.
Yeah, because there wasn't really a reason to have it explode.
Yeah, let's say at the time it didn't matter.
Okay. So yeah, you would be at the end of your movement. You would be about here, if I'm doing my math correctly. And Sevgi is about here.
Okay.
If a couple spaces, off that side of the map. The entrance to the room on map right is another 60 feet map right from where you are, but over towards the top right side. Or top left side. I'm not doing my L's correctly.
Alright, since I'm not going to be able, since Akila's closer to Sevgi anyway, and I'm not going to be able to get to her for 2 rounds, I'm going to actually move towards the room.
Okay, you can do so. You can make out with your dark vision the opening and the hallway that goes in towards that room, but you can't see inside it yet.
That's fair.
Omen.
Did you drop your spell?
No, I did not.
Fuck.
If you, without anybody asking you specifically do so, if you would naturally want to drop your spell, I would say you would be able to do that. But
yeah, at this
it's
point, probably not constant. Well, it is a concentration spell, so actually, if I am focused on other things, I could see where.
Do you think you're focusing on other things?
I think I just saw Sevgi get smacked, and my big concern now is we need to get out of here without going through an undead horde.
Okay.
So there's nothing. I know that Sagana is gone. I know I've taken care of what's his face.
So you understand that it's not providing a benefit, and you will willingly enter concentration.
Yeah,
okay.
I think it would be more he just stopped. He's focused on other things and stopped concentrating on it. Just
okay.
As a natural, like, oh god, things are going badly.
Now I can make a note that any time a team member goes unconscious and or loses concentration on his spells.
It's more the combat has moved out of that room, and he no longer has anything in that room to focus on.
I just wanted you to word it appropriately, so I didn't have precedence to screw you over later.
I was trying to.
Yeah. So then, yes, Omen, the big inky black undulating void, recedes back down, seeps into the stonework of the tomb, and you have line of sight on the Three Stooges on the other side of the tomb.
I don't, technically, because of the way
I think there's a wall
work,
there,
but,
but you can move through there.
I definitely saw the one fucking slink away out of my line of sight.
Oh, yeah, yep.
So, yeah, Omen, not knowing...
Did also hear Ander shout to you.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I just want to... Sorry.
He very much did, and still
Okay.
has 15-foot movement speed. um,
Didn't
At
you
any
haste yourself at the end of last session?
because we didn't end initiative, I didn't get the opportunity on my turn.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Fair
my
enough.
last turn was not that. So yeah, I am going to be casting haste on myself now
Okay.
and running through the center because I did hear you said the sound of metal and stone and subtle chanting. I believe if I do my tile math right, I can get into the square that touches all of these guys with 55 feet of movement,
Okay.
which is using a dash action.
Right. All right.
So I run to there, assuming that these idiots are still here.
They are still there. You can see one of them is actually the one that ran away, is actually just getting to the other two just as you are clearing through that middle room. The other two, you can see the one behind is looking up at the ceiling, and you can see him mumbling under his breath with his hands raised, sort of just shaking, and you can see there's tremors in the stonework in the ceiling. The other one is looking upwards, and you can see there's a sort of semi-ethereal pickaxe that is trying to just slam against the stone. They are otherwise preoccupied with what they are doing, but the one that ran away from you sees that the void went down and you charging straight for them, and he is not thrilled at that sight.
Yeah.
So that's your
I
turn.
am standing here, and Omen, as he's running up, basically just bellows out, I don't think so. You're not getting away from this one. I'm just going to stand there imposing them because I have no more actions left.
Okay. Gotcha. Then we go down to the skeletons. There are no skeletons, and because Lonathan did not die on this sarcophagus, it does not raise that skeleton. However, there is an elite guard force buried in this tomb that was awoken by Shiloh. Down in that fountain room, where Shiloh is just getting to the front end of that room. You can see, because there is a torch in there providing light, columns of soldiers moving out from both hallways that connect to the fountain room, marching in a line 2 by 2 and filling into this fountain chamber. They march forward, get to the fountain. This room is not nearly large enough to hold all of them. It only holds probably a dozen or so of them, with all of the various things in this room. 2 of them actually stop at the end of the hallway that you guys are on the other side of, stop and turn and impose themselves in front of that hallway. All of the rest of them in that room, Aquila, you would be able to see clearly, actually turn with their backs towards you and are, falling into the ranks behind Shiloh. Some of them file in front of her down a hallway that proceeds, further back. You also see 2 skeletal heads, which emit this low greenish blue light. One from each side of the hallway float out and hover above the fountain. Sagana's gone. We are back down to Aquila. Sevgi did drop just like 15 feet in front of you, right at the entrance to that hallway. Just to remind you.
I know. I'm gonna go up and I am gonna potion Sevgi.
Okay. That is an action to administer to somebody else.
I know.
It's herb.
So that's 7 HP she's got back.
All right.
No saving throws for Sevki.
Sevki, you gasp as consciousness returns to you. You have a throbbing headache.
Shocker. Yeah, and at that point, I'm just going to start shouting in Celestial after Shiloh, calling her a coward and a disgrace to her people.
Okay.
You see the army, right?
Don't care. It's like, probably call her, and it's like, oh, that was it. And, I'm glad that her traitor sister killed her, or is responsible for her death.
Okay. Make a persuasion roll
Or
at
I don't think-
disadvantage.
Oh, what?
Make a persuasion roll at disadvantage.
Persuasion. Because this is great for me.
Okay.
It's like, Andrew doesn't know what I said. He can't speak. Can Andrew speak Celestial?
No.
Okay, so he doesn't know what I said.
I can't. I also am not close enough to you to say that.
No. It's like, I could see your face, and it's like, Andrew doesn't know what I just said.
That's Steven's face.
I know.
Tali, I believe you moved somewhere. You're down in the reception area, probably standing not far from Ander. There's
all the way down.
there's a
Oh,
lot
okay,
of
yeah,
noise.
right.
There's a lot of noise in this chamber now because there is a small army kitted out marching on a stone floor. Yeah, there's no response. There's no response. You don't know if she either didn't hear you or is not paying attention, but there's no response.
It's okay. I wasn't expecting you to even give me that roll.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Tali, back at the top of the initiative order.
All right, lovely. So, see, I did see Sevia go down, but Akila already gave her a potion, so I'm not technically completely needed over there at the moment. I think I'll run down there anyway, though, just in case.
Okay. Yeah,
see
with
the-
your full movement, you can just get to Sevki and Akila. With a
Cool.
dash action. Moving 70 feet,
Yeah.
you can get to Akila and Sevki.
Cool, I'm just there for backup.
Okay.
I'll just hang out.
Sevki, you have returned to consciousness. You are prone on the ground, your head is ringing, and there are sparkles and flashes in your eye. You are not technically blind because you went unconscious before you had to make the check, but your head is ringing, your eyes are blurry and unclear, but you are conscious.
Well, me checking how much. Well, I guess I'll get up and it's a good thing I kept. Okay. I guess I'll use a healing potion if I have it. Yeah, I have one more left, so I'll go ahead and use that.
Okay. That's a bonus action. Nice.
Plus 2, so 9. And I'm it's like I already know what I don't want to do again. So she's not going to move right now. I'm not sure what else I would want her to do right now, but she's not really going to.
Okay. Do you want to stand up or remain prone?
She's standing up.
Okay, so that would be half your movement anyway to stand up. The hallway that you are looking down, it looks to be about, about 70 feet. So you are in range with some of your spells, but there are a few rows of undead soldiers between you, and then a fountain between you and Charlouet. But you could take some pot shots at some of the soldiers if you want to. That is an option. Otherwise, they are just standing there in sort of guard formation.
Yeah, she's not going to this round. I guess just... Yeah, she's probably not going to this round.
Stand and dodge?
Yeah, I guess.
That's perfectly reasonable. Let's see, the fanatics here. Oi. Yeah, they see you charging forward. And if I remember correctly, you're not looking too hot.
Oh yeah, Omen looks like shit.
You're still ferocious and intimidating as fuck, but you are bleeding and bruised and probably breathing a little heavier than you normally would be. What do they want to do? Well, I have to remember which one is which now. Oh man, that's gonna be Can I move those?
The one directly to my left is the one who was who saw me on the right side pick up the head and decapitate Chadius.
Yeah. So we have 5 and 4 and 3. Okay. So the one that ran away from you is actually going to, more out of fear and instinct, very quickly cast a spell. You see this dark energy coalesce around his hand, almost blotting out some of the light from your torch, and he's going to grab at you. You, however, are fully kitted out in all kinds of armor. So let's see, 1d20 plus what do they get? Not a lot, because they're just fanatics. It rolls an 8 to hit you, which is not nearly enough. And I believe this one, actually this one has not been hit yet. Yeah, it reaches out towards you just out of instinct. It's more of just like a fear punch towards you with a little spell attached. And yeah, you just dodge back. It falls short and the spell dissipates without effect. The other two, I want to roll something here. See how much progress they're making, which probably isn't much, given the way they're going about this. 10, yeah, not, because that's a disadvantage, for those of you who can see my secret GM rolls. Yeah, so I think what's going to happen here... Yeah, you got a lot of armor. You're hurt, but you're very tough to hit.
I'm hasted, so I'm like
and you're hasted.
cracked out rabid wolf right now.
Yeah, you are scary. So this one, which is number Where did I write that? Did I turn my page? I know I just wrote that down.
Yeah, if I understand your placement correctly, this should be 3, 4, and 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
3 was in combat
Why
with
go
Tali
insane?
and Aquila at one point.
Yes.
I believe
Yes.
4 is unscathed, and 5 likewise.
Right.
Yeah, 4's the gnome, isn't it?
Ah, there's where it is. Okay. Yes. 4 is the gnome. 5 is the one that ran away from you, Omen. And 3 is the one that was previously engaged with Tali and Aquila. Okay. Yeah, my scratch pad is all over the place right now. Okay. So number 3, the one that is actually a bit damaged, is going to sort of scoot around you and actually break from you, so you will get an attack of opportunity and run up to this this sarcophagus there.
Nope.
A 12 actually doesn't. Do you get a bonus from haste?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Then a 12 will not hit, actually. He's going to use his bonus action to bring down his spiritual weapon pick down at you. I'm just going to move this hammer and use that. And make an attack roll for that, which I believe is just their regular attack roll. They're not room for that.
It's based off their spell
Their
cast.
spell cut, yeah. So, 3. That actually hits with a 21. Does that hit?
That does hit
That
with
hits.
the 20.
Yes. Okay. And spiritual weapon does. What is that? Where you are? 1d8 plus your spellcasting modifier. 1d8 plus 3. It does 5 points of force damage as you are sort of hit in the back shoulder with this ethereal pick. And you see the one that ran away from you actually pulls out his jagged knife again and slams it down into his hand, straight to the hilt.
That doesn't seem sanitary.
Let's see. The one that was making tremors, yeah, they're not getting enough way through the stonework here, especially with you here now. So I think it's going to try the same thing that his friend did. It's number 4, has not cast any spells.
Just for my clarification, that
Yes.
first one used like a reaction to cast a spell at me.
Number 5 used its action to cast Inflict Wounds.
Yep.
Number 4 has not acted yet. Number 3 is the one that had the spiritual weapon already summoned. So he ran away from you with a bonus action, pulled the spiritual weapon down and hit you.
Gotcha.
And then used his action to stab his hand.
Okay.
And number 4 has not gone yet.
Understood. I got confused on the numbers.
Yeah. I am always just scared and confusion with this overly complicated fight. Made even more complicated with this overly complicated chase scene. So it is likewise going to, because he has not spent any spells, so he can now. He is going to. What was number 5? Yeah, he is also going to try and inflict wounds on you. Also, not nearly enough. I'm going to say with a natural 1 against the 3 Stooges here, you see this one coming at you, reaching out with another one of these black energy pulsating hands. And if he was using a weapon, you would simply parry the weapon away with your longsword. He is not using a weapon, however. He is using his hand, and so you just chop off his hand. He lets out, "Ah! God!" and that's what they're doing. They're not faring well. Those two
Well,
sort
they are
of,
the Three Stooges.
yeah, they grit their teeth. The one with the nub, you can definitely see fear in their eyes, but sort of a resolution that they've done what they came here to do anyway. The one, however, behind you that ran to the sarcophagus is just beginning to mutter a ritual under his breath. Moving forward, we are back down to Shiloh. Yeah. Let me consult this. And I did do a combination of that and a combination of something else, which is over here. It's in this book, right? I believe it's in this book. No? Really? Stand by. It's, huh. It's unusual. Oh, I know why. Sometimes I am unhappy with how they organized some things. Okay, because that can do that. Okay, let's see. I think Aquila and Tali, you can see forward down in the fountain room. Over the shoulders of probably 3 rows of soldiers at this point, you can see around Shiloh and her undead steed, there is a similar sort of shifting of reality, and you can see them just become sort of translucent and wavy. A small fog cloud rolls in the direction down the hallway, and they disappear. That. Okay. Okay, Ander, we are back to you. I believe you were heading in the direction of the unexplored wing of this tomb?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, if you... It would...
Trying to get a bearing on it, kind of. See if there's a way out.
If you use your first... If you use your normal movement speed, your 30 feet, you would be able to see just inside the room. So you can do that. You can run 30 feet down this this reception hall area. You can see there is another sort of 15-foot long hallway, and then another open doorway. And you can only see probably about 20 feet or so beyond that, and you see... from there, there's not much you see. It looks like you might see the corner of a table, but if you want to spend your action to move yet another 30 feet closer to the room, you would be able to probably get about halfway down that hallway and begin peeking into what that room is.
I don't hear anything from the room, do I?
Make a perception check.
Or I go blindly charging in and get myself killed.
Yeah, with a 19, you don't hear anything immediately coming from that room, but you do with a 19, you could pick up that there is sort of an echo from the boots, the marching stomps of the undead, leading you to believe that this room that you are moving towards is somehow connected to the fountain area, probably through an intermediate room that the undead are moving out of.
Yeah, I guess I'll use the rest of my action to go in.
Okay. Yeah, you run towards that room. You are relying entirely on dark vision at this point, which you have. You can just peer into the corners, or just peer around the wall of this hallway and into this room. It looks like it was at one time a very very... What's the word I'm looking for? We're just going to use opulent. A very opulently decorated sort of dining room area. It looks like a festival hall of some kind. It looks like this is either where they had the funerary feast or the sort of feasting hall for the afterlife. It actually doesn't look like any of the... I mean, it's been 1,500 years, so how would you know if there were food on those plates? But it doesn't... It looks like it was very meticulously set up. There are plates and goblets and utensils made of gold and silver. There is some cloudy white wood that accents the table features, that accents part of the cups. Some of the cups have various gems on them. There is likewise depicted on the walls that go around frescoes of similar celebratory feasts in which Shiloh was commemorated for. And you can see off to stage south, or map south, there is another hallway, probably about a 15-20 foot hallway that goes down into a chamber that pretty much mirrors the other one that you saw, the first chamber that you came into. You no longer see columns of soldiers. You, however, do see there are still soldiers in that room because they couldn't all fit down the hallway and into the fountain chamber, but there are shorter columns of soldiers bumped up, branched together. Losing my words today. Towards where they would funnel out to the fountain room. They don't seem to have noticed you, however.
And that is the only exit from the room, correct?
Without further investigation, yes, that is the only apparent exit to this room.
Okay. Well, I guess that's all my actions anyway, so...
Right. Okay. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. We are back to Omen.
Yes, the one whose hand I just cut off as they tried to attack me.
Okay.
I'm going to attack them.
Sure.
Green flame blade.
I will actually give him 3 points of damage because he lost a hand.
That's not much for a hand.
What's a hand?
But I cannot hit.
Wow.
Wow. Not being able to hit that one, I take my hasted action to attack the other.
Okay, number 5, yes. This one is otherwise uninjured. Wow, man, Omen. Oh, every time.
It gets worse. It keeps getting worse.
Oh. I feel bad. I mean,
yes.
their AC is even reduced from what it was because they're not actively doing the ritual anymore, but a 10 and 11 don't do it. Ah. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just going to bonus action snarl at them.
Yeah, I imagine with 2 levels of exhaustion and quite a lot of health missing, you're probably winded at this point, and you're throwing all of your weight into these strikes, but you're too tired to connect. They look just as surprised as you are that they haven't been cut in half at this point. Okay, we're back down to the undead horde. Those of you who can still see down this sort of main street hallway, you see just where Shiloh used to be before she passed into some sort of either teleported or passed through some sort of transitionary realm. you can see those two sort of bluish-green flame floating skulls gathered together, float a few paces in front of where the soldiers stop. They are illuminating a little bit more as they travel down. They too emit about 10-15 feet of dim light. You can see both of them flare, the fire around their skulls flare for a second, and two fireballs shoot out down a hallway. You can see they travel only about 20 feet before they collide with another one of these stone doors. There's a large explosion, and because a fireball has a 30-foot radius, it actually catches the two skulls that shot the fireballs themselves. Fireballs are 8d6, right?
Standard, yep.
Whew, I'm really glad that was not directed at any of you guys.
I could have withstood it.
With 67 points of damage, the stone door is blown apart, and actually a bit of the stonework on the side of the hallway is blown apart. Stonework on the ceiling is blown apart, and there is a minor collapse as the front end of this funeral dome collapses down into the hallway here. You can see sunlight beaming in down into the now broken out front entrance.
Are we down here that long that it's daylight?
Actually, you don't see daylight because you did go in here probably around 2-3 o'clock. It's been about an hour. So you see what's the sun at right now? Not much. So actually, you don't see much light. Good pointing that out. You don't see much light.
You see any moonlight?
There's a bit of
bright is the
moonlight.
moon right now?
It's in a quarter. It's a last quarter phase. You see a bit of moonlight, maybe a little firelight from some of the nearby lanterns that light the excavation site. So you do see a little light, and there is a light breeze that flows in as the old stale air is replaced with new fresh air. And the undead horde begins marching out.
No.
Akila. No, you only have advantage on hearing and smell. Make a perception check with advantage and see if you can pick out any sound beyond the marching of metal on stone of these soldiers. A 21.
Probably.
Yeah, with that, most of what you hear is just the marching of these undead soldiers, which are still clad in armor, bronze armor, though it is largely rusted and falling apart at this point. But there's still enough metal to make enough noise. And you hear them marching out. You also hear this almost ghostly, ethereal whinny of the horse, presumably, which did not travel terribly far. And then you hear screams. Probably not death throes, but terror.
The camp.
Yeah, I did think about telling Tali to contact Makaba. Should have done that earlier, because that was going to happen this round.
I was going to do that, but I started running towards Sevgi instead. Then Sevgi was fine. I was going to do it the next time.
Let's see here.
Fine.
It does keep... I'm just going to take Sagana out of the initiative order because she's not here anymore, and it keeps giving her extra initiative every time we do an initiative pass. Okay.
Weird.
I have no idea why that's happening. Maybe there's something I don't know. Akila, that brings us back to you. I mean, let me throw out at any time now that you all agree to let me drop into narrative. We can drop into narrative, but I will let you play out 6 seconds after 6 seconds, round after round, for as long as you guys want.
I mean, I'm okay with narrative because I'm just trying to find
Yeah,
Since I don't know that they're leaving, I'm trying to find a way out that doesn't go through soldiers.
I'm completely fine with narrative at this point.
Well, it's like I'm trying to find a way out too now.
I am presumably in a fight to the death with 3 cultists.
That is true. Omen is in a
Yeah.
fight right now.
Oh yeah.
Everybody else can go to narrative. We can just slowly watch Omen die and miss his way to it. And not so early grave, let's be honest.
And no one
He
knows.
knows that you're still back there.
I mean, you can look behind you and not see Omen, and in fact see the glow from his torch still down in that tomb. Probably snarling and gasping and cries of the cultists. You know he's back here. He's back
Everybody else has run out, so I'm.
It might take you a second to realize, but he's not here, and there's light back there, and there's noises, so he's probably back there.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, because Omen is still in combat, I want to resolve that combat. But let's try to keep everyone's actions. Well, let's just keep going. Aquila, what are you doing?
It's like because I'm trying to get out of here now.
I mean, you do know one entrance or exit.
I know, but that one's through a bunch of soldiers. I don't think they could have all filed out that quickly.
You have to go through Poltergeist room to get there.
I know, that's the
That
other
is
thing.
true. Yeah.
I was like, that's the other thing, because I'd have to stop to open that stupid gate.
You don't have to stop for that. It doesn't have a mechanism anymore. You just push it open.
No,
as you
the
run.
one that cranks up. That gate still dropped back
yeah,
down.
because it did drop back down at the end. That's right. Yeah, you'd have to crank
Yeah.
that up. Yeah,
Get me out of again. Is it a metal gate or a wooden gate?
it's a wooden
gate
gate, but
that
it
drops
is
down?
supported with metal bands and rivets.
Right.
You could probably bust through it. It is quite old.
Yep. It would probably take about as much time just to crank it open.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. At least when you bust through it, it'll stay open, instead of closing back up again.
So there's the way you came. There's the door that was just blown open that the
Yeah,
army is
which is
flowing out of. You probably
Through
don't want
lots
to go
of
that
soldiers.
one.
I'm tempted to try and go through that one, honestly.
Just pointing it out here, the ceiling's probably only maybe 3 feet from the surface.
Yeah, but I have to dig through that.
And how high is the ceiling in this place?
About
Good question.
20, 25 feet high.
Oof. I don't have a way through.
20 feet high at the tallest, yeah. Tali Sevgi, you are also on deck.
I'm gonna try to go back the way we came in.
Okay. So you're gonna head towards the gate.
Yep.
Spend your action cranking open the gate. Do you have any way to secure it to open?
I mean, I can probably. Okay. No, I don't. That's the problem.
I will say you will remember, because it's only been 15 minutes, or it's only been half an hour or so since you have to deal with this. You do have to crank it open and hold it open. As soon as you let go, it will decrank and slam down.
Is there some way I could jam something in there to stop it?
The crank is far enough away that somebody
No, I
would
mean,
need to
just
crank
jam
it,
some-
and somebody
I
else
was
would need
gonna
to
say-
jam something at the top.
Well, yeah, but I could. Well, no, I can't jam something in the crank to just sort of try and hold it there.
there's a small space between the mechanism and the hollowed out point of stone that it was built into the wall around. What would you like to try to jam in there?
That's what I'm looking at right now. Oh my god, I've still got the black iron stylus.
Oh. Well.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. That'll work. And because you're pulling a random item from long ago and using it in an interesting way, and it's made out of reinforced black iron, I'm not even going to make you roll. You jam this stylus down into the mechanism. It cranks back a couple gears. You hear that, and the stylus just bends. The gate lowers probably 4 or 5 inches or so, and then stops, and it remains open for you. I'd say because you are super fast, you can use. Well, you did have to take your action to do all of that, so you're pretty much stuck at the gate. But
That's
you
fine.
do have it successfully jammed open.
Yeah.
I like
Which
that.
was point I'd be like, gates open.
I like that. Okay.
I'm sitting here, I'm about to get to my usual thing. I was like, oh no, wait, yes.
Tali. Sevgi is up. Akira's
right.
calling for you that way. You know, Oma is behind you, presumably still in combat.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get Omen and bring him back this way, and I'll head the other direction.
Okay.
Just dash that way.
Yeah, you're
Not
going to
to
need to
make it
spend
that
your
far.
full dash to make it back into this other part of the room. I'd say you don't have line of sight yet, because you ran all the way down to... You did run all the way down to Sevgi, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Because I was gonna her, but she was already healed, so I was gonna stay there just in case they needed me, but they didn't seem to need me, so I'm gonna head back.
Okay. Yeah, you don't yet have line of sight on Omen, but you're heading in that direction. Sevgi, thoughts?
I guess I'll follow behind Aquila and go with her,
Okay.
I guess.
You're going to chase after Aquila in that direction. We
Yeah.
are to the fanatics. Okay, I'm just going to try to make this quick. Bonus action attack from the spiritual weapon.
Yep, that'll hit.
They only have a +3. Guys, they only have a +3, and you're so armored. And cracked out. What is happening right now? Okay, /R 1d8. Not 1d58, 1d8 +3. You take 4 points of force damage. Right, that was your con save for haste. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I missed that last time, but we're not going to worry about it.
I always roll my concentration checks.
Oh, okay. I didn't notice, so that's
I
fine.
rolled 13 against your 5 last round.
Awesome. Cool. Okay, that was that. He's going to focus on his ritual. Spell slots. They still have spell slots, and you're still up, so they're going to keep trying to pump you full of negative energy, or necrotic energy. Where's my fanatics? There they are. Well, that's yet again a 1d20 +3. 16 doesn't hit, right? 16 misses again. 1d20 +3. And an 8 misses. At least they're not connecting with the inflict wounds, because man, would that hurt. That is, however, more of their spell
It's a great
slots
spell.
gone.
Works.
Okay, that is all of them. Also, we will bring the that over there, and he's going to go into a flanking position. And we'll call that there. Shilohway's off terrorizing the camp. Let's see. I will say, because they're not on the initiative, I'm just going to say we're going to throw them in. Well, now it would be initiative count 20, which would be after Sevgi, but before Ander, so it doesn't really affect anything that anybody's doing. Tali, just as you are charging back into the tomb for Omen, does she have the spell slot for that? Yes. Tali, in the back of your head, you hear Makiba's voice again, this time panicked. And you hear, I do not know what is going on down there. There are undead flowing from the tomb. Where have you gone? We need help, please.
I'm gonna respond that some cultists raised, shied away, get out of there as fast as you can.
Okay. Yeah.
Actually, sorry, I'm gonna say Sagana and some cultists. Make
Okay.
sure I mention that.
Just making a note. Cultist and
Also,
Sagana.
Lonathan wasn't dead. He is now.
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't included in this
Yeah.
message.
Well, it
but
doesn't matter
we'll
now.
get to
He's
that.
already dead.
Oh, I know.
Sagana
Yeah.
and cultists raised, shy away. GTFO. All right.
Yep. ASAP.
Okay. Yeah. That is your response to her message spell. So many things to keep track of because we're still in initiative passes. He's going to do that. Not yet. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. We'll put that at. Okay. Interesting. Ander.
Yeah. Would
Also on
I'm
this map. They're not here.
I'm guessing I would have been able to hear Aquila shout.
Yeah.
And you shouted what? The gate's open?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So 30 feet of movement will take me out into the reception area?
Yes.
Or, okay. Alright, so if I run out into the reception area, I see Tali running back up into the previous room.
Right. Back into the burial chamber.
Can I see Aquila?
You see Sevgi
Yes.
running to.
You do see Aquila because she is still glowing brightly. Probably another 100 feet down the hallway into the connecting hallway that leads to the poltergeist room.
Okay, so I see Tali running north, and I see, or back into the other room, I see Sevgi running towards Aquila by the gate.
Right.
You might have heard me yelling back to Aquila that I was going to get Omen.
Yeah, and you do
So-
hear
Yeah,
Tali saying something about Omen. Yeah, she's going to get Omen.
God damn it. I guess I'll follow Tali.
Okay. Omen. You're still fighting for your life.
Did I hear Tali
Yes.
yell
Yeah.
that she was coming back for me? Alright. The first thing I do before I start attacking is yell, "Forget about me. I can't keep up with you. I'll just be a hindrance."
It's too late now. I'm already halfway there.
Okay. Six second intervals.
Yep. That's
I
what you
know.
got.
And they have moved away because they're fucking douchebags. The one, it's the gnome with the knife in their hand. Whoever is controlling the spiritual weapon who is doing the ritual thing. I'm going to cast magic missile.
Okay.
At second.
Gotcha.
I hate how my thing does it that way.
And it only rolled 1d4.
Yeah, I hate it. Like it's not supposed to. So that is 12 points of force damage. Assuming they don't like use a reaction to cast shield or some shit.
No, they do not. You are attacking number 4. You said 12 points?
12, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that was, four of these missiles?
Yep.
Yeah, you turn around and basically do a shotgun blast of magic missiles straight into the chest of this one that just moved in behind you. And, actually, no, wait, I have to correct myself because that was number 3. You hit the one on the sarcophagus there.
Yeah, I'm really just trying to get them to stop fucking hitting me with a spectral pick.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, does slam into him. He does sort of fall backwards onto the sarcophagus, but he does manage to retain his footing enough to stand back up and continue his ritual. Magic or not a spiritual weapon, I don't believe is concentration.
It's not.
Okay, cool.
I will then proceed to attack one of the ones in front of me, the same one who I cut their hand off of with my hasted action.
Okay. That was number 4.
Sure.
I'm saying it only to ingrain it in my own memory. So I know where everything's at. 21 will definitely hit.
I believe I actually hit that.
Yes.
And that is 13 points of non-magical, non-fire hands to slashing damage.
Okay. This is the gnome woman. Yes. She as well lets out a shriek, now handless and with a gash down her front, cutting into her robes, blood spilling from her chest.
She's not dead?
She is not dead.
Fuck. Alright, I'm going to bonus action attack with the torch.
Okay, yeah, you can do that. Torches, I believe, would be improvised weapons.
Yeah, it does 1 fire damage if it hits.
Okay.
Cool.
That'll hit.
17 hits. One
Does
1 point of fire
1
damage.
fire damage. Gotcha.
Does it set her on fire?
Doesn't do any
I wish.
damage?
Nah.
It should. That's ridiculous.
Maybe if she was covered in, like, kerosene.
Yeah, if you cover her in something, it would ignite. I would say if you choose to do like a grapple to set it up and then you use your action for a couple turns holding it against her, you could set her alight. But at this point, you're just putting hot wood to skin real quick.
And
robe.
in my offhand.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah. Okay.
I can't make an attack with it, so I didn't get this turn.
Yeah, Omen's going 3.5 to 1 over here. All right, the Shailua's elite guard are going to continue funneling out into the camp. Keela, I suppose you just
I mean, I
dash
think we know
out
what
of-
I'm...
Yeah,
Yep,
you
I was gonna
dash
say, I think
out
we know
of,
what I'm doing.
You dash out of the poltergeist room. It's not far. You are not attacked in the time it takes for you to make that distance. You do run down the small connecting hallway, and you can see there are still a few ranks of these undead soldiers that have not filled out of that room yet. Does that stop what you are doing? Do you stop short, or do you continue running further into that room?
Fuck it, I'm going.
Okay, you continue running in. You are a beacon of light, however, they don't really seem to pay attention to you.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm
Uh,
gonna say with 80 feet, I get almost out.
from where you are in the hallway, you have to go through the hallway. You have to go through the poltergeist room, which isn't all that far. And you
Yeah, I
go
would
down
have been at the
15-foot
end of the.
hallway,
I would have been like
and then
in the hallway.
I know where you were. Yeah.
Okay, fair.
You are about halfway through that front, soldier barracks room.
Okay. Soldier storage room.
Yeah. Tali.
Cool. I am gonna yell back at Omen that I'm already halfway here. Might as well go all the way and keep dashing. It puts me about. And yeah, I'm gonna hang out there because that's what I can do.
Yeah, you still don't have line of sight on any of these guys. You spend your action and your movement running back towards them. Sevgi, are you following Aquila?
Yes.
Okay, you move a little bit slower than her, so you are falling a little bit behind. Not terribly far, but you do make it down into the soldier storage room. Again, these soldiers that are flowing out through the fountain chamber and out into the excavation yard are not really paying attention to either of you. Back to the fanatics. +3. Another pickaxe. That one misses. Do they have more first level spells yet? Or still? Yes. Yes, they do. That misses. And that misses. So again, a pickaxe comes towards you. You are expecting this blow, and you manage to almost limply fall out of the way, almost succumbing to the exhaustion and fatigue, minor blood loss. You do see their hands glow, both of them on either side of you. Actually, they would get flanking bonus, but I don't think a 16 hits either way. And they try to reach out from either end, and you do sort of just slap one away and move your body out from the other one. You are going toe to toe with these 3.5. Okay. Shiloh was doing her thing. Ander. You're not far behind Tali if you want to continue chasing out that direction, but you would also have to spend both of your movements.
Yeah, I'm just following Tali right now.
Okay. Omen.
Okay, I am once again going to cast Magic Missile at 2nd level to try to hit Summoner Lady.
Okay, gotcha. Up on the one on the sarcophagus, working on the... Gotcha. Okay. That is number 3. Magic Missile. Cool, fire away. Nice.
So that time is 14 points of force damage.
Okay. Yeah, you send out another short-range blast of magic missiles. It actually picks them off of his feet, slams into his chest, and throws them a couple inches off of the sarcophagus, where he slams down onto the ground hard, and does not get up.
All right. Swing the longsword back at the handless gnome.
Okay. Which is number 4, the one directly behind you. Gotcha. That'll do it.
8 slashing damage.
8 slashing damage. She is still up.
And a fuck it torch for reasons.
Okay.
I love that he starts doing well as soon as help starts coming.
A 12 is not enough to connect.
Nope.
So she saw it coming this time and just managed to scrabble out of the way.
And at some point during this, I'm gonna yell out again. Never mind. flanked. I'm not.
Okay.
Anything.
Okay. The soldiers continue to funnel out of these rooms. Aquila, just continuing to dash out of here.
Yep, running towards the surface.
Tali, you can move into the burial chamber and get line of sight on this micro battle going on here. You can see.
Well, that's how close I was getting to exiting.
You have made it probably 30, 40 feet into the tunnel.
Okay. Bigger than I remember.
Yeah, Tali, you can see. Omen is flanked by two of these cultists, one of which is a gnome that looks like she's barely alive.
Cool. See, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Okay, so I can get here. Whoop, not there. Here. And...
I'm not all that concerned about board position at this point.
Well, can I just run up to her and smack her with my hammer? Pushing it too far.
No, you're pushing that too far. You're close enough to get a spell off.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna use my I'm gonna use up here.
Coincidentally,
And I'll use my flame.
Coincidentally, your hammer is actually still where you left it.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I was way more than 60 feet away from that thing.
Actually, you were, so it disappears.
Okay. I mean, I'll take it if you want to give it to me.
Nope,
But...
you pointed out my mistake.
Nice try, though. It's like, nice try, though, Jack.
Throw your sacred flame.
Okay. Yeah, that is actually a dexterity saving throw for the cultist. This one that I'm trying to hit. Whichever one looks weakest.
That would be this one. You said a dex save?
Yes, I believe that's a 14. Let me double check. It might be a 13.
It fails because it rolled a 9.
Ha! Yes. Okay, 1d8 radiant damage. Die.
It should be 2d8 now.
Oh, shoot, you right. Okay, 2d8, so that's 4 plus 7, which is 11.
Better.
11 points of radiant damage.
Okay. You throw some sacred fire towards this this gnome who is probably scrabbling, back on her hands away from Omen as he's like just hacking at her with sword and torch. Not suspecting you, she turns in time just to see you casting the somatic portions of this spell as she erupts in fire, holy fire, and falls limply, lightly smoking on the ground.
Nice.
Sevgi, I assume you're continuing to move along.
He looks
Yes,
pretty
Alan.
bad, doesn't he? I will bonus action healing word him.
Okay, you can do that, yeah.
Or D4. Oh, 4 plus 3. 7 points of healing.
7 points back to Omen.
Now I'm done, sorry.
Okay, no, not a problem. Let me know if I'm rushing.
Thank
Sevgi, I assume you're continuing after Aquila.
Yes.
Gotcha. This last fanatic, actually, initiative count 20 because that cultist died while doing the ritual on top of the tomb here. That skeleton raises. But it will have to wait until it gets down to its
Skelly
initiative
boy.
order. That cultist doesn't know what else is going on. This is number 5, who has yet to take any damage. He would have to move past Omen, Tali, and Ander, and doesn't know where everybody else got to. So that's not particularly great. Yeah, it's just going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It's going to run away to Omen over to this other sarcophagus. You can go ahead and take your opportunity attack.
I will do so.
Okay, yeah, that'll definitely hit.
6 points of slashing, non-magical.
Just slashing, gotcha. It does run out of the way from Tali. The bubble is not there anymore, so we don't have to worry about line of sight. But Tali, there is a wall between you two.
It looks like. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, enough of a wall. Okay, yeah, he's going to run over there and jam his dagger back into his hand, and begin muttering. There's Omen turning around to follow him. He does sort of have this maniacal grin across his face as he's resolved to the fact that he is going to die down here. Shalloway continues to do her thing. Ander, I would say with just your movement speed, you would be able to move up and actually see through the center chamber to that cultist if you want to take a shot at him. Unless you had any plans.
No, I'm just trying to resolve what's happening so we can get Omen out of here too.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Not leaving anyone behind. So yeah, I will take a shot at. We'll take a shot at Mr. Cultist with Eldritch Blast, since that's really the only thing I have that would reach him. So that's that one hits, I believe, and. So that would be 15 points of damage.
Okay, 9 and then another 6. Gotcha. 2 of these bolts slam into that cultist. It is not yet enough to drop him, however. Omen.
Any kind of concentration checks on whatever he's doing, or?
No, not for these small rituals.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
This is just if they die within 5 feet of the sarcophagus, the skeleton raises. That's all it is.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah.
Alright, so Omen is going to move up to here, and I'm going to point out, dropping the torch as I do so on the ground. I guess more thematically than anything else. And I'm going to cast Lightning Lure at the cultist. He needs to make a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw. A 6 probably doesn't cut it.
Nope. He is pulled 10 feet towards me.
Yoink.
If he is 10 feet, if he is within 5 feet, he takes 2d8.
Okay.
Lightning.
He does so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate my day.
No.
Okay.
But then, with my hasted action, I attack.
There you go. Okay, that hits.
13 slashing.
Yeah, that's enough. We're done here. Okay, yeah, you pull him towards you with this lightning lure. There's a crack of thunder, which disorients him enough for you to just cleave into his side, and you get straight through the soft bits of his abdomen and catch on his spine. Not enough to completely cut him in half, but he just slumps over in a bloody pool at your feet.
And I'm just gonna move 5 feet closer to say howdy to this skeleton.
Okay. And because the cultist died too far away from the sarcophagus, that skeleton will not raise. The other one, who is already up, however, is going to attack Omen. Does a 17 hit?
No.
Okay. Then that's all that happens. Aquila, you're moving further down this tunnel. You travel
Yep, trying to get out of there.
80 feet.
Yep.
You moved. You are just about to the ladder.
Nice.
Tali.
Oh yeah, cool. So let's see,
Presumably
5, 10,
there is
15,
just this
20.
skeleton left.
I have just enough movement to get there, and I'm gonna whack it with my hammer.
Okay.
Hit.
That'll hit.
Cool. And come on, lots of damage.
For 6 points.
6 points. Yeah.
This is another skeleton. And you did 6 points of damage. Gotcha. Okay. You go up and smack it. Sevgi is going to continue chasing after Aquila. Again, falling behind each time, but moving in that direction. There are no fanatics left. Charlotway is doing her own thing. Nobody has eyes on what's going on up there. Aquila, you can hear the screams intensifying, and they are starting to sound less like surprise and terror and more like, oh god, I'm dying. You can, however, hear the sound of spells being cast, and
Be upset if some wizards were not firing off spells.
yeah, they're definitely firing off spells. Yeah, there is definitely a battle going on up above. There's definitely a battle going on up above. Okay. Ander. It would be a quick sidestep to get line of sight on that skeleton if that's what you want to do. Or if you
Yeah.
want.
I mean, I'm trying to bring this to a
Okay.
end. So yeah, I'll bring the skeleton into firing line and... Damn, son. 1 and...
You're finally able to do Eldritch Blast all right.
Well, you say that, and the second one missed.
The
13.
second one did hit.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
so 14
see?
points of force damage.
That's 14 points to the skeleton. I believe that should do it. And skeletons.
Yeah, because there's also Tali's
Yeah.
6 points of hammering.
Yeah,
It
so
goes
it'd be
down.
20 points at this point.
Yeah, it goes down.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Ander steps out from behind this wall down here, fires off 2 Eldritch Blasts, which slam into the deteriorated bronze armor of this skeleton, and its bones and pieces of armor are scattered against the back wall.
And then yell, quit playing with them and let's go!
Well, I was gonna give you a thumbs up, but never mind. Take it back.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Long Strider on Omen, give him 10 more feet of movement if that's not breaking any rules. I don't know how that works.
That's fine. Yeah, we're gonna drop initiative at this point. So as we go narrative, your first action would be casting Long Strider, which will definitely help. How long does that last? Long enough, probably.
An hour, I believe. Yep, definitely long, or maybe 10 minutes.
I think it's 10 minutes.
I know Pass Without Trace. I might be confusing that with Pass Without Trace. Hold on a second.
I think it's 10.
Yeah,
I think it's
Pass
either
Without
1
Trace
minute
is
or
an hour,
10
and
minutes.
Long
but-
Strider.
It's 1 hour.
Oh, it's 1 hour. Okay. Cool.
Is
Nice.
oh, heck yeah.
Yeah.
I will take it.
Yeah, that'll bring Omen back almost to full movement. Okay, so Aquila definitely has a head start on everybody. Sevgi not far behind, the other 3 quite a bit behind, and you will have to move at Omen's still slightly reduced pace and make your way.
He's still
out here.
hasted though,
Yeah, I'm hasted.
You are hasted actually, so
so he's got
15,
like 100
30
feet of movement right now.
Technically, I have 50.
Yeah.
even with your 2 levels of exhaustion.
Yes. Yep. I got so reduced to half from the exhaustion, plus 10 with long strider, 25 times 2 because of haste. I get an extra action which I can use as a dash action. So if I take 2 dash actions per turn, I get 150 feet.
Okay.
Currently.
That maps out. Gotcha. Cool.
Let's get the heck out of here.
90 feet wasn't going to be enough to keep up with a definitely not named horse.
Just real quick, have we healed Omen?
Omen is slightly better in recent memory.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry, I
probably
used
did
healing
give him
word.
a little bit of heals.
You gave him a few HP.
Yeah. Let's see here, because I want to try something later, so I'm conserving my spells, but this might be more
I'm
important anyway.
assuming everybody is using all of their actions just to get out of this tomb. If you
At
are
this
going to
point-
be spending extra spells, I mean, I'm not trying to hold us down into action economy here, but you would fall behind if you were casting spells, because everyone else is booking with all their actions.
I just want to make sure he didn't look like he was like right on death's door again.
Not
that's
not right.
Seppi.
A few steps away, but okay. So, Aquila will be the first to get to the ladder and get up into this tent. I would like to say, because I intended to actually have 2 breaks this session, but I didn't want to break up combat, because that's always difficult, especially when it's so complicated like this. I would like to propose we take a break now.
Okay.
And we'll pick back up with you coming up out of the secret hole and seeing what mess is going
Phrasing.
on up in the excavation camp. Okay, man, that went all kinds of ways. Some ways I saw coming,
Yeah.
some ways I did not, which is always fulfilling, really. Okay, so we're gonna take a short break. I suggest you do the same. Go take your short rest. Go stretch your legs. Roll some hit dice, and we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So stick around. It's gonna get interesting from here now that we're dropping in a narrative.
Oh god, the interesting hasn't come yet.
All right, we'll be back in a few minutes. Catch you guys in a bit. All right, welcome back to the People's Ascension. We are back after a short break, a little bit extended after yet another lengthy combat session, combat/chase scene session. So anyone just joining us or who needs a reminder, we spent the first large bulk of this episode continuing with the combat and chase of Shiloh, the Spear of the Damned, now risen. The ancient Etrian warrior princess, a group of cultists from the Cult of Worms, managed to raise her. She in turn called her elite guard, which were eternally bound to her soul, as they are all now moving out of the tomb as they broke through the front entrance. The party was attempting to chase after them, however Shiloh hopped on a spectral horse and bolted out of there. Eventually, when reaching the obstruction of the entrance, went ethereal or so, and was able to disappear, presumably out into the excavation courtyard that is now beginning to rapidly fill with ancient undead soldiers. Aquila and Sevgi are heading up the charge back out through this tomb, out through the hidden entrance that the cultists made, and back up into the other far side of the excavation camp. The other three, Andertali and Omen, cleaned up the rest of the remaining cultists in the burial chamber. Omen, severely wounded, wanted to make sure that loose ends were covered, and he still has a job to do as a warrior. Them having cleared this out, they are beginning to charge their way back down through the tomb. So, we're dropping out of initiative, and we're going to do this narratively at this point. And I'm going to let people call out what they are doing, but I know Keela and Sevgi are making their way up out of the ladder, and up the ladder and out of this secret entrance, and out into the sort of lower tent camp of the excavation site. Ander and Tali are following a few hundred feet behind, and will need to make up that distance. Aquila, when you get to the top, Sevgi shortly behind you, you see a jarring difference to the, I wouldn't say peaceful, but otherwise still campsite here at the edge of the Fields of Peace. Where there was not much in the way of wind, and there was only a couple dozen people and a few dozen skeleton laborers or zombie laborers that were going about excavating at a rather languid the word I'm looking for? A rather slow pace, slow and methodical. Now when you breach the flaps of this tent, you look up, you look out, and there are cries of fear and pain coming from a number of people as they are almost scattering in every direction. Most of them scattering away from the Fields of Peace, but those who have been cut off by squadrons of these undead soldiers, they're not going to flee into them, so they're going to run further afield as far as they need to. A few of them, those who are confident enough in their spellcasting abilities, have been slowly retreating while casting various spells, though it doesn't look like most of them are all that proficient in combat magics, as adventurers would be. They are researchers and scholars. However, their undead are combating the undead soldiers. However, their undead are not armed or armored, and there's far less of them. But it's helping to stop the flow of the undead coming out of the excavation, the tomb, the burial mounds. You can see a number of these tents have been collapsed or cut open. People have scattered. A few of the lanterns have dropped to the ground. One of the tents is ablaze.
Like,
Yes, there is light at this point, so you can see one of our few non-dark vision folk.
only 2 people in the group have dark vision natural.
I guess that's true, yeah. So let's start with you. What are you doing now that you breach into this chaos?
Oh, I'm probably not making people feel more comfortable with my appearance.
Mm-hmm.
Since still transformed.
Yeah, you're Aquila
Did
to
not
point
take
out.
the time to change back.
Yeah, I don't think we pointed this out in the recap. Aquila is a large, near 10-foot tall stone lupine-like, werewolf-like creature.
Yep.
A combination of her half-giant form transformed into the Blood Hunter Order of the Lycan werewolf form. You also have these 2 large, I don't think they're flaming, but large elemental scimitars. So yeah, you're crazy looking. But at least you're not undead.
That's true. But I'm still probably a rather terrifying sight just bursting out of the ground.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Is Shiloh anywhere I can see?
Not immediately, but if that is your number one priority, you can spend your time, running around through some of these tents and trying to get a bead on her.
Yes.
Okay. Sevgi, is there anything?
Because if all the skeletons or if all of the undead not associated with the census are bound to her, then she's the source, and she needs to be stopped.
Sure. Yeah, makes sense. Most of the undead are still flowing out of the burial mound, and are combating the undead, the wizard's undead, the archaeologist's undead, and holding their own against the few minor combat spells that are being thrown at them. But it looks like they're flowing out and assuming a phalanx position. They're getting into position before, engaging in combat fully. The front row of which you can see several of them do actually have shields. They're ancient, they're falling apart, they're rusted, but they do have shields. They are actually set up in a military fashion. There are sort of skirmishers along the flanks getting ready to flow forward. The front row is shields. The second row is shields and spears. Spears get longer as they go back. There's archers and maybe even spellcasters towards the back. You can see those 2 flaming skulls. You did see them burst and shatter into bone fragments. You see them again floating above this small phalanx. And you just barely imperceptibly
What
make
I know
out
about
a slight
those?
flicker. Make a either an Arcana or Religion check. It could go either way.
Yeah, for recalling on undead, I get advantage, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Cool.
Because of your
Blood Hunter.
yeah, your Blood Hunter.
It's like because of my Blood Hunterness.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yes.
23. Yes, you are familiar with this undead. Let's see. This is your what is it that lets you do this?
It's just the Blood Hunter thing.
The Blood Hunter thing.
I know, give me a sec. Because it's...
I'm just trying to see if it gives you any specific information.
It just says on recall information.
What is the feature called?
Give me a sec. I'm looking
Okay,
for it.
okay.
Sorry, I had this page open earlier and apparently I closed it.
I mean, if it's just general information, I can give you the general information. I just wanted to make sure it didn't give you like special abilities or resistances or whatnot. I think it's just general information.
So yeah, I think it just says recall information.
Yeah. But with a 23, you would know these look like flame skulls. Which I don't really
Yeah, it
want
just
to
says I
show.
have advantage on intelligence check to recall information about Fey, Fiend, Undead.
Yeah.
If you are attacking one of these types, you can't be surprised by them.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, that is actually useful.
I'm going to try to
thanks.
cover
I
up-
forgot it was on my sheet.
Right. Yes. these are flame skulls. I'm going to try to cover up the all the copyright portions of this page. We have a flame skull over here, which is a skull that is on fire. You would know that these things are quite difficult to kill. They're quite rare. This is not a normal natural form of undead. It's not as simple as simply using animate dead to raise a skeleton or a zombie. There's much fewer ways to raise something this specific. You would know that these are undead forms of spellcasters in a ritual at the end of their life, usually one that involves them ritualistically sacrificing themselves, committing suicide. The head is severed from their body and animated with their partly their own magic and partly through a ritual used created by several other spellcasters, and they are bound to a specific item, place, or individual. In this sense, you'd probably pick out they are probably eternally bound, spiritually bound to Shilué. They are wreathed in flame. They give off light. Let's see, 15-foot dim, or 15-foot bright and 15-foot additional dim. So they're rather easy to see. They do tend to be resistant to various forms of damage, and magic has a harder time affecting them. They will rejuvenate after being destroyed, unless their remains are sprinkled with holy water, or the magic within those remains are dispelled using dispel magic or remove cursed within 1 hour of them being destroyed. They are also spellcasters that tend to focus on fire magic, namely fireballs, which you have seen them use. I use that to bust through the front door. They are naturally flying. They're intelligent. They shoot fire. Yep. You are familiar with these creatures, being a blood hunter. These are exactly things that you are meant to hunt down and destroy. Okay. Okay, with that, Sevgi, as Aquila is running off to try to get a bead on Shilué, is there anything particular you are doing when you burst out of the ground?
Kind of less. Not in particular at the moment.
Okay. Do you think you're just sort of stunned by everything that's going on and your sort of diminished condition?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. Yeah, your head is still ringing. In fact, when you are running, chasing after Aquila, it's hard to keep up. Because you did go down, record that you do have 1 level of exhaustion, which is just disadvantage on skill checks. As you were running to chase after Aquila, though, you did notice you were not necessarily running straight, because your head is just throbbing, your vision is still trying to come back to you after being nearly blinded by Shilué's shield slam. So you are still trying to get your bearings. There is fire and undead and screams coming out around you as you break out of the remains of this tent and look around, and you just have to get your bearings for a second, deciding whether you want to go after Aquila and Shilué, or if you want to turn back and face the forming horde of undead soldiers. Back down in the tomb, the other 3 are running forward.
Yep. Using my full dash to get.
Ander and Tali are chasing down after the other 2, back through what was the poltergeist room, back through what was the sort of barracks room, and through the tunnel. In doing so, however, Omen.
Yeah, right after Tully finishes casting Longstrider on Omen, Owen turns and thanks, friends. Stay steadfast. I'll see you on the other side. And I run. Go ahead.
Real quick before you run off, and you can decide if you're going to give me a second to do this. Ander would reach into his pack real quick, pull out the one potion he has, and pass it to Omen.
The one I gave to you after you got hit by a cart.
Probably. Did you give me one?
Yes.
I did. Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I gave him one before too.
I had one to start with, but
Yeah,
Either.
because I've been regularly supplying people with the potions.
because I can guess with a statement like that, he's about to go run and do something real dumb. In Anders' mind, anyway. Stay up as long as you can. Take down as many as you can.
Plan on it.
Okay. Do you take the potion?
I grab it.
Okay. Do you chug the potion?
It's a bonus action to do so, so
Yeah.
it wouldn't impede my
Not really.
my plans. So
Okay.
sure.
Yeah. Well, go ahead and roll your. I assume this is just a regular potion. I don't know if I've given you anything more fancy than that yet. Cool. Every little bit helps. Okay. So you are hasted. You are moving significantly faster. So you are probably going off down that sort of main street hallway. That's a straight shot down towards the undead horde of soldiers that are beginning to flow out of the entrance to this burial mound. There are still several of them jam-packed in the fountain room, and even more coming out through the sides. You would assume that there was yet another sort of barracks room on the other mirrored side of the fountain. You are moving significantly quicker. With your haste, you dash down this hallway. I assume you picked up the torch you dropped back in the burial chamber. Otherwise, you'd be blind.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, either that or light a new one.
Okay, sure. There is still the torch you left in the fountain room,
Yeah, it's
and enough light from
it's
upside.
probably
So.
on its, yeah, it's probably on its last throws.
Yeah.
The torch that I own.
Yeah. Okay. So. Okay, so you split off from the other two and start making your way down this hallway at breakneck speed. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as you get about 30 feet down. You get about 20 feet down this hallway, and the floor beneath you begins to crumble. Just between the podiums that had, yeah, just between the podiums that had the elven busts and a few that had a few more little trinkets or pieces of armor, opulent, wealthy, expensive-looking items. As you pass these podiums, the ground crumbles beneath you. With the 19, I'm going to allow you to make a, what would be your long jump distance with the haste spell? 'Cause I believe that does add something. Is that one here? Yes, it is. Normally it's 1 foot per strength with a 10-foot running start, which you easily have.
Well, haste doesn't do anything to my strength. My strength score is 16. My modifier is 3.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
would be able
haste.
to.
Haste doesn't do anything with strength, so.
Right. It is the haste that is allowing you to take this action, because this is a pit trap combined with a collapsing trap. As the floor begins to crumble beneath you, go ahead and make an athletics check. This, however, you would have disadvantage on because it's a skill check and you're exhausted. Uh, 13, that's still pretty good. Okay. So, you are running forward. The stone beneath you begins to crumble, though you seem to be moving faster than the stone crumbling beneath you is able to keep up. You realize that you're not going to make it the entire distance. Every time your foot falls, you feel it dip a little bit lower each time as the floor begins to crumble out, and you throw yourself forward with a jump. As you are moving through the air, the pieces of stone fall down into the pit, and as they hit the bottom of the pit, panels on the roof collapse, and soil from up above begins pouring into this hallway. With a 13, you do manage to get to the other side of the pitfall trap. You will not fall in the pitfall trap, but you are going to be half covered in debris from the collapsing trap. Yes, you did succeed the DC on this, so you will take half of this damage. I'm not typing where I need to type. There we go. You take 10 points of bludgeoning damage as large pieces of stone fall from the about 15-foot high ceiling, slam into your shoulders and your back as you throw yourself in a long jump headlong towards where the floor is. Looks like it's stopping its deterioration. You throw yourself forward and you sort of catch yourself just on the lower gut, on the edge of this trap, this pitfall trap, and you have to scrabble yourself up as you continue to be pummeled by bits of rock and pounds and pounds and pounds and pounds of the earthen mound that is now flowing down and filling the pitfall trap. If you failed either of those rolls, you would have been buried alive.
I lost haste.
You lost haste. You have begun. Yeah, that means you're stunned as well. You managed to use the last bit of your haste and last bit of strength that you have and pull yourself up out of the debris. I would say you are prone at this point and stunned because your haste dropped. I was wondering if anyone was going to go down that hallway. Okay. With that, I mean, it's only about 6 seconds of being stunned. You can push yourself up, shake off your head, and you're probably... I mean, that took most of the healing that you were otherwise given. And this was all happening in such quick succession because of your haste that Ander and Tali aren't really all that far away. Ander and Tali, you round the corner to the poltergeist room and start making your way down through the barracks room. There is just the last few of these undead soldiers pouring out of the room, down the hallway, and into the fountain room, when you can hear what sounds like a large cave-in coming back the way you had just ran from.
Well, that complicates things. Because I was going to throw a shatter down into that fountain room to slow him down, but since Omen is also kind of over there, that I don't want to trap him in there. Dang it.
Let's just keep moving.
Yeah, I'll just save it for later.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep moving.
Yeah, you two keep moving up topside. Aquila, you're searching for Shiloh, but you can definitely hear this small landslide, and you can just briefly look back as a portion of the earth between the three mounds has collapsed. Part of the sides of each mound are flowing down into some large hole that has been created. Sevgi, you are of course aware of this as well.
Yeah, at that point, I'm hoping that nobody was caught in it, but
Mm-hmm.
can't do anything about it.
Okay. Omen, you push yourself up, resolve yourself, shake off your head, shake the dust and debris off of yourself. Still charging forward?
Yeah, what looks like the closest way to get to where they're going.
Yeah. Yeah, so there are still ranks of undead between you and the exit of this burial mound. You lost haste, which means you're back down to your diminished, exhausted speed.
Still have long strider.
Still have long strider. That's right. So you're still at 25 base, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So 25 base plus yeah. So that's 50 feet around. Yeah, so you can easily clear the rest of this hallway and get into the fountain room. As you are approaching, there are still those two soldiers that are sort of in guard position, blocking the entrance between this hallway and the fountain room. They would be your first obstacle, but beyond that, there is just bodies and bodies and bodies pouring out of this chamber.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm seeing these two, so that they're like barricading off the hallway, essentially.
Right. They seem to be the only two that are looking in yours and previously everyone else's direction.
Yeah, then I'm gonna sprint towards them as fast as my current dwarven speed lets me, and try to barrel through them. But
Okay.
I suppose ultimately to fight them.
Okay. We'll just see how this goes, because you're trying to break through a line of two of them. So you can make an athletics check. Unfortunately, that will be a disadvantage for you, and they each get to make an athletics check to oppose your progress.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just like to attack them.
Okay. Okay. Let's keep this in narrative then. What is your HP?
11.
11. Okay. We will see if this were a show, a movie of sorts. We will see Omen push himself up. Actually, Omen, go ahead and describe yourself from the moment you get out of this trap and how theatrical you want to make this.
So there's still the light behind these guys, this torch fading, and presumably the torch that I, after sprinting, probably flew from my hands about 5 feet. So yeah, Omen pulls himself up, sort of cracks his neck, grabbing his long sword from the ground, looking and just seeing this horde of undead flow through these two soldiers, blocking his way in front. Leaves the torch lying where it is, grabs the shield from his back, and just starts to charge forward, wielding this long sword as it ignites in green flame.
Okay. Yeah, we will watch as Omen charges forward, shield in one hand, flaming sword in the other, as you barrel into this, albeit small, shield wall. And there is a large crash and a burst from the flame on your sword as we pull back down through the skeletal, the zombie, the undead soldier ranks and out of the tomb, leaving you to do battle with the back end of this phalanx. Back out topside. Aquila. How would you like to go about what is your plan, your plan of action, to find and or get to Shiloh? If there's anything more specific than just I'm gonna look for.
If she's speaking, I would be listening for.
Okay.
Or the sound of a horse.
Yeah. Go ahead and make me a listen check, a perception check with advantage.
Yup. Yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't take you long, actually. You have to push through a few of the remains of tents. A few people actually run past you as you are moving through. One of them actually stops, sees you, stutters backwards, and bolts tangentially between you and the undead. Not really sure what the hell
scary.
you are or where you came from.
I'm still covered in purple tattoos.
Yeah, you are still covered in purple tattoos, but I don't think they're in the headspace to really put that together right now.
Probably not.
You push your way through the remains of some of these tents, cracked barrels and crates that were previously stacked down some of these aisles, knocked over, broken, bits of food or tools strewn about these paths. You push your way forward, and you see probably a good 120 feet down, moving further afield into the Fields of Peace. You see the blue light-rimmed undead horse, Shiloh, and some robed figure on the back of the horse. And it is galloping down further afield into the Fields of Peace.
She's still on the horse?
Yes, Shiloh is still on the horse. Plus
God
another
damn
figure.
it. Damn it. It's not cool, Jack. No, I can't keep up with that.
Nope.
Cool.
Not conventionally, at least. Thoughts? Plans?
I don't have a way of keeping up with it.
Okay. Do
Gang.
you...
So I'm thinking still.
Okay.
I don't have a way of speeding myself up.
No. It'll take a few moments for Ander and Tali to get up topside. Sevgi, is there anything you would like to do?
I still don't have a plan just yet.
Okay.
I would still be yelling at Shiloh.
Okay.
Where it's, yeah, there's like, no wonder your people lost the war! Cowardly general like you leading. Not expecting anything, but at this point, it's some level of satisfaction in just yelling at her, because she does just seem to be retreating.
Okay. So...
Was there any indication of who that hooded figure was?
make a perception check, just a straight roll, relying on sight. 19. These robes are a bit more opulent than any of the other cultists that you've seen. Seeing as you believe you killed all of the other cultists down in the burial chamber,
Except for Sagana.
it's likely Sagana.
That's what
You don't see any exposed skin, so you can't be sure, but
not even
looks
hands
like
or
the same
anything?
robes.
Would they? Well, they'd be kind of pretty damaged robes at this point, wouldn't they? With the acid damage?
There is some deterioration to them. Yeah.
You said they're about 150 feet away?
About. Yeah.
Can I try to shoot Sagana with a bow? My longbow?
Sure. Let me refer back to what she had. Sagana, where are ya? You're there. Okay. Yes.
Sorry, dinner was just brought to my door.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Some kind of shrimp pasta.
Okay.
Sounds
A
good.
22 will hit, and an arrow sticks into her back for 9 damage.
I can attack again.
Okay. Yeah, for another 10 damage. All right.
Not enough for Sagana?
Nope.
Thought she was close before.
She was.
Why do you
Take
do
a
this, me,
potion or
Jack?
something.
Okay. What is the range of this? Okay. And the range of this? Nope. Nope. Yeah, there's less and less than she can really do, because she did use a lot of her a lot of what she had. Okay. So you see that as these two are galloping away on this horse, it looks like they're slowly raising a little bit. They're hovering a bit further off the ground, but they are actually moving in an arc. It looks like they are moving further afield into the Fields of Peace, but it looks like eventually that arc will scoop back around. At this point, now that they have traveled a bit further away, though a longbow has a ridiculous long range, right? It's like 400 feet at disadvantage or something.
600.
600, okay.
Yeah, it says right there where I rolled.
Okay, yeah. Yes. Yeah, you can see Sagana cast a spell on horseback, and Shilohway directs her phantom steed further afield in this arc. It's about this time, after a few moments, Ander and Tali can make their way topside. In the amount of time it takes you to get up here, the what you assume is largely the full force of this undead guard force, this small undead army, looks like they have gotten into formation. A number of the people who are left alive are fleeing east northeastish, out away from the Fields of Peace. And the army does turn in the fashion that rows of soldiers do, turn towards the arc that Shilohway is taking. about facing, moving around past the mound, and it looks like they are intent on marching away from the fields apiece, actually. It looks like Aquila, actually, what was your perception check there? Was 19? You were focused on Sagana and Shiloh and horseback and how they were all moving. You do notice some movement on the horizon, though. Further afield in the fields of peace.
Yeah, can I get any sense of what it was or is?
You see largely the whole horizon.
Yeah.
Just looks like it's shaking. Looks like there's a small dust cloud rising, and you can hear a low tremor. The gray, lifeless, dry, padded down what's left of soil in this region looks like it is being undulated and cast up. The rest of the group can make your way over to Aquila as Shiloh continues to gallop a bit further afield with Sagana on her back. What is your plan?
I was gonna say, they don't have to come to me because there's still plenty to do.
Yeah,
There is still
yeah.
a phalanx there.
Yeah.
Even if they start moving, they can't move that fast as a phalanx.
They move at standard marching speed.
Right. Yes. But they can't move super fast.
No.
Talia has a spell that'd be awesome for a bunch of people with metal armor.
You are also about 400 feet or so from where this phalanx is.
I am, but I said they didn't have to join me.
Well, you were not far from where they exited the tunnel.
Hmm.
Everything was concentrated on it on the southern end of the campsite, whereas the mound and the phalanx coming out of it are on the northern end of the excavation site.
This may have been mentioned, but obviously there's been a lot going on. About how many, I mean, rough count. How many soldiers does it look like there are?
Make a perception check.
Cool.
Uh, 17. There's a lot of them. It looks like a few hundred. It's not a full legion, obviously, but it's probably two. I did have this written down. Not that I think you are all that well versed in, Jenavian military tactics or whatnot.
Not to mention these aren't Jenavian military tactics.
Right? Yeah, they would be Etrian. It looks like there's probably 400 people, 400 soldiers, roughly.
Okay.
They are turning in line away from you, so it's hard to necessarily gauge. But there's a few hundred of these soldiers. You can
at the moment they're. Oh, sorry. Go
you
ahead.
can also see as more of the as more of the mounds begin to flow into the hole that seemed to have crumbled down the ceiling, there are other smaller patches of the mounds that are beginning to sort of quake, and bits of soil are being thrown up.
And you said they're starting to turn, so they haven't actually started moving away from the fields of peace yet, right?
They're in the process of doing so.
Is there any way to tell generally what direction they're about to start marching, and what might what objective might be that way?
They have to move around the burial mound. Let's bring up our map here, because we have a map of Genavia.
Ooh.
So I can force you guys to look at this map. So you can see where the Fields of Peace are. You are pretty much just at that southeastern corner of the hex with the gray tree in it. Probably just like right above the A in peace. And for those of you who are in the Discord, this map has been posted, and more thorough additions to it will be put up on Patreon. But referencing this map here, you can see they are moving around the western face of the burial mound. So if they stop early, they might be marching in the direction of the Whitewood, or they could go all the way around and start marching north.
Do I know of anything north that...
Actually,
Jenavian?
let me revise that. They are turning the opposite way. Actually, they are moving just around the southeastern bend of the burial mound, and actually beginning to move in a east-southeast manner. I just remembered something important that changes what they're doing.
Okay. That's towards the Lake W. What is
Could be.
under that?
There's Lake Windall, and just south of Lake Windall, on the peninsula of that lake, is the Barony of Windall. There's also the rest of this sort of southern horn of Genavia.
Right.
Noah's down there.
Would I know of anything historically significant to
Make a
her?
history check.
Cool.
Uh, 17. This is pretty basic Genavian history. At that time, the capital of Genavium would have been Neos Noah, not Genavium.
You're heading to the historic capital.
Going the wrong way.
No, they're not going the wrong way.
They've been
That's still a
out
capital.
of this world for 1,500 years. They don't know that there are now 3 capitals, that Genavium is important. It is likely they are heading to Neos Noah, the central site of the rebellion and the illegitimate government that was set up in opposition to their rule.
Tali,
Yeah? Sorry? I was writing.
it's okay. Can you do any more sending?
You
You have that pearl, if
yes.
nothing else. Cool. I need you to send a message to Adderhast. Tell him there's an undead army coming.
Adderhast, I was going to send a message to Malkazir.
Yeah, Adderhast is stationed in Neos Noah.
Oh, okay. I'll let him know then.
Like, my whole pack is down there.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea.
I know.
Alrighty, yeah, I'll go ahead and...
Tell him tell him there's an undead army heading towards Neos Noah from the Fields of Peace.
Okay. You sending on Adderhast and say there is an army of undead heading towards Neos Noah from the Fields of Peace.
Led by Shiloh, because that's important
Led-
information.
I shy away.
Yeah, that's enough.
I was going to say, that should still be within the limit. Thing to wake up to.
Okay, I am making that note. Yes, it is about 4 o'clock or so in the morning. Because of his profession and his way of life, he's going to wake up from this. He knows to sleep with one eye open.
Sometimes literally.
Yeah.
Does he send anything back?
Adderhast would send back. No time to ask how or why. How many? ETA. What are they bringing? Can you respond? Do you have
Well,
another
that
spell
was
to
my last
respond?
spending spell.
You have the Pearl of Power!
Mm. Okay, I'll use it. He said, how many ETA, and what was the other question that you had?
What are they bringing? Presumably, what is part of their army? What do they have to bear?
Phalanx.
300 to 400.
ETA, how fast would they be getting there?
I
It looks like only, like, what, 2 hexes away?
Yeah. Most of them are having to travel by foot. But they won't tire
Nope.
because they're undead.
I will say also, as this is going on, the crumbling portions of some of the other mounds, you see some things breaking through, and some of those things limply taking off into the air.
Okay. What? What are they?
They look like some sort of undead version of griffins.
Okay. Would I know anything about them?
You would know that the Etrian army did use griffin riders as aerial troops. That's
So,
probably
you know,
what they are.
Okay, so it's like there's flaming skulls, there's a phalanx, there's undead griffins. How long would that 2 hexes take?
Make
without-
a survival check.
To rest. That's fantastic. Just 12.
12. You're kind of, you might have a map, but
I
you're probably not
I mean, I
dealing
do
with it.
generally know
It's,
how long travel is.
yeah,
And I did come from Neos Noah.
You're probably about 60 miles or so from 75 miles from Neos Noah. On average, an army moves at about 3 miles an hour. They don't, however, have to rest.
Yeah. So, but that would be about 20 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, less than a day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say 20 hours.
Okay.
Give him an exact time.
Relative, yeah.
He knows.
Yeah. Anything else that wasn't covered in that?
Yeah, how many? 300 to 400, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 300 to 400 phalanx and, flaming skulls, undead griffins.
Okay, so
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
does that answer
gonna
all
say-
of his? Does that answer all of the questions?
he asked how many, what they're bringing in, the ETA, basically.
Okay, just want to make sure that that's covered.
Okay. So I'm gonna say, this is my last sending spell. 300 to 400 undead phalanx, flaming skulls, undead griffins, about 20 hours away.
Okay.
It's what? Something, I don't know. It's less than 25.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
that should work. Cool.
Okay. Adderhast will respond. We will hold this city. Let those who need to know know. And yeah, a few more of these undead griffins. There's probably a good 50 or so of probably a good 50 or so of them launch out of various portions of these burial mounds. Shiloh arcs back around.
Any chance I can take another shot at Sagana?
You can with disadvantage.
I'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
You miss the
2 attacks.
Okay, yeah. 17 does hit. The arrow slams into her side. She is still up. With that, the near spectral horse and the 2 on top of it arc out around, away from your distance, and begin leading the charge, presumably down to Neos Noah. Now, you could potentially keep up with them, if that's something you want to do. I know, Aquila, you have a lot of you move faster, but you also need to rest, and you are going to get tired, and need to stop and eat and all of that. So it's unlikely you're going to be able to catch these guys on foot. Also, where's Omen? But what are you guys doing?
At that point, I probably would have just realized Omen isn't there because I've been focused on this.
That's why I said it. Yeah, that's when you would pick that up.
Where's Omen?
Said that he would see us on either side. I thought we were meeting him here.
That's a phrase before someone goes off and dies. The other side is the
What?
afterlife.
I thought he meant the other side of the dirt queen. Oh my god.
No! That means he was going off to die!
No, he charged into where the undead were leaving from.
Okay, I almost did that. No.
How far are these undead phalanxes phalanges from us?
Is there a particular reason you are asking?
Just have a shatter spell that I haven't used
He wants
yet.
to run and shatter them.
Is that your top priority right now? What is the?
I encourage it.
Actually, no, top priority should be getting all the archaeologists.
We're trying to stop at least some of the army.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and shatter some of them. To help with some of the numbers.
What is the?
Or I can try to destroy it.
What is the range of shatter?
50 feet.
50 feet.
60.
60 feet. I will say make an athletics check to see if you can catch up with them, because they started about 400 feet away from you and are moving sort of tangentially. I'm not breaking this down into movement increments, so this is going to be you have to pass an athletics check to see if you can push yourself hard enough to catch up with them.
That far away that it might not even be worth it, honestly.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, as soon as I see Tali start to run off, I'm going to ask her what she's doing,
Let her go.
so she can get herself killed too. I don't.
She's going to get herself killed.
Hmm.
She's not going to get herself killed.
If she draws the attention of this army, she might.
Fine. We need to see if Makaba is still around.
Yes. And then get word to the people we need.
Yeah, that's why I want to talk with her.
Tali, what are you doing?
Well, I'm going to be
I'll
seeking out
stay.
Makaba.
I said Tali.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, I'll stay. I'll shatter them later, I guess.
You're staying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. I guess once they start to move off from the camp, yeah, we search for anyone that's still
Yeah.
around and alive.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to sniff out Makiba.
Okay.
I prepare.
Don't need
No,
turn
I didn't.
order
Oh,
anymore.
I can use this. Mm.
Okay. Yes, you can take a couple minutes to move about the remains of this campsite. A lot of the living excavators look like they have fled. You can see several of them still getting smaller and smaller on the horizon as they continue to run, presumably to Jenavian, the next closest populated area.
I would transform back before I go doing this.
Sure. Okay. Good point of
Just
order.
because it's one of those where it's like, yeah, that's probably not a thing I should
Yeah.
approach someone in basically a war form.
Yeah. Okay. You do see a few dead bodies about. You see a number of re-dead corpses. Pretty much all of the undead that were powered by the excavators, and a good 24 or so of the soldiers, and 2 maybe 3 dozen of the soldiers. There's not much left to that part of the campsite, and that's where everybody was being contained in the sort of cafeteria tent. That tent looks like it's been torn down on one side. The other side looks like it was set afire. Nobody's in there anymore. Actually, you do see a couple people who were pinned under tables. There's a few bodies of undead that are piled up on top of them. You do eventually make your way around, and you do find Makiba. She is. It looks
Alive?
like she has. She is alive. It looks
Okay.
like she has an ancient rusty bronze tip spear sticking through her leg. She looks like she has crawled a few paces from where that hit her, and she is screaming out Orcish obscenities. Though I don't believe any of you speak Orcish.
Nope.
Though you might have picked up some Orcish curse words in your time. She is screaming out obscenities. She is exhausted. There's blood running down her legs. She's pretty much collapsed. She's not moving, but it does look like she's alive. You also see, I'll get to both of you. You also see, not far from her, a pile of undead corpses that looks like it's moving. It looks to be a mixture of their undead and the soldiers' undead that are just piled and mostly lifeless, but there is some movement to that mound.
Those need to be set on fire. Stop screaming. It's making my head hurt.
I was just gonna
You're back.
help her out with cure wounds.
Well, you might want to get the spear out first.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Nope. Yeah.
And I assume you reach down and press a hand on the wounds and heal her up some.
Akila will just press real hard.
All right. So you heal her up some. What just happened? Where were you?
In the tomb.
And then you saw this.
Yes.
We saw it from the other side, yes.
We're trying to stop it, but weren't in time.
Zagana
Why?
was
Her?
among them.
Why?
Shiloh? Why not have a general to lead your army, especially ones that are bound to her?
I did not think her capable.
She is just a cog in the machine. Actually, that probably is a phrase that doesn't really work.
No.
She's a piece of the puzzle.
Why? How many survived?
I don't know. I haven't taken stock of that yet.
You turn around and the pile of undead is continuing to move. A few bodies sort of slump off.
Can anyone set that on fire?
Aquila, make a listen check.
I suspect I know what's going on there, but yeah. 20.
20. Yeah, you hear very quite muffled.
Fine. Okay, can we start digging them out then?
Digging them out.
Well, there's clearly someone in there.
You just want to grab Re-Dead and chuck them off the pile?
Well, actually, I have something I wanted to talk to Makaba about first, but that's there.
I present the scene, and you tell me how you would like to interact with it.
Does it sound like intelligible language that's just muffled?
You heard what I sounded. It is up to you to distinguish.
Can you repeat it?
Makaba, what's that pile of bodies right there?
Looks like a pile of bodies. Ander.
So, the muffled sounds sound like they were coming from the pile.
Yes.
I'm just going to shout, is there someone still alive in all that? And see if the muffling, if there's a response.
Yes, there's definitely someone in there. All right.
I'll help Aquila start.
Well, I was gonna first aid it is like, do you have any messages you can still send?
You're talking to Makaba?
Makaba. Yeah.
No, I did all I can to
Fuck.
protect my
All right,
people.
start digging them out then.
Okay, you go over in short order, toss some bodies off, and you see a heavily injured, crumpled form of Maxim.
Yeah, that's who I thought was gonna be under there. You're still alive. That's good.
I suppose.
Means we don't have to set you on fire, because all of these need to be burned, so they can't be raised.
Once you kill an undead, it's unlikely they're gonna rise again. But,
Not all of them
sure.
were Yes, but there are people who were not undead.
See to it then. I have to figure out what's going on here. Stands
I
up
know what's
and
going on here.
limps away.
I know what's going on here.
Well, then, by all means, the fuck's going on here?
How much to explain? Shiloh has been resurrected in service to a group, cult. She and her army are now off, apparently, to wage ancient war against the Empire, because they are heading to Neo Snow.
You know of this cult?
Yep. It's the Cult of Worms. Well,
You've seen them before?
no. I haven't. Because Aquila hasn't.
I have.
Okay. Makiba will pull herself up and kind of just wave at Maxim to just chill out for a second. I suppose you weren't here for something as devastating as this. What, I suppose, however, this is more your field than mine. How do we proceed?
We need to get word to the people who need to know. I've already sent word to someone in Neos Noah, so they'll be organizing a defense. But there are others. Also, I want to talk to Malkazir. Because, what the fuck? There were like 8 people involved in this expedition who turned out to be part of the cult. That is pretty lax vetting.
That is disturbing.
So you had like a quarter of the people here. What the hell?
Well, I'll need a rest. She looks over to Maxim. I too am largely spent. Besides us two, it was only Sagana that had any considerable arcane understanding.
Yeah, well, she's got a few arrows in her back now. Oh, and Lonathan was not dead. Next time I say we need to burn a corpse, we need to burn a corpse.
It was
Well,
your
because he wasn't
expertise.
actually dead.
Okay. They
Very
both
rituals.
sort of look further afield at people continuing to run away. I do not know if there's anyone still left here that we can help. I will look around, but it seems the threat is moving off to a greater, someone else's problem. We should head out.
It's going to be
and-
everyone's problem. But yes, as I said, we need to find the bodies that were, until a short while ago, alive and dispose of them so that they cannot be brought back. But my group and I definitely need to get moving. But we need to rest first. Can't deny that.
Let us take some time to just catch our breath. At least stay and see if there are any more survivors. See if anything else raises from the ground. Then I suppose we can clean up and get out of here. That's my plan. You are free to do what your expertise directs you to do. Starts hobbling back to what remains of her tent, which actually the 3 tents that had the like lockdown tent, the quarantine, the storage tent, I should say, not the quarantine tent, but the storage. Let me remind myself, because you put. You put Lonathan in the quarantine tent. Yeah. The quarantine tent is actually is pretty much the only tent that is still fully put together.
If
She
there is
moves that.
concern of further undead, I suggest we stay largely as a group.
Okay.
Safety in numbers.
Will you accompany me to get my stuff, or should I stay at your
Yes.
lap? Continues hobbling towards that tent.
Would you like some help?
By all means, yes, thank you.
It's going to take most of her weight and help her go,
Okay.
since I can totally do that.
Oh, she actually kind of shrugs against you. I thought you meant between. Doesn't matter.
Just come on.
Anything from the rest of you 3? Or are you, as Akila said, sticking together?
I mostly just meant for resting. since that's going to be.
If there's anything
out.
specific anyone would like to do before we take, presumably, at least a short rest.
Well, I want to ask Maxim something. Maxim, do you know how to do the message spell?
I do.
Can you send a message? Are you able to send a message right now?
No, I'm tired.
Okay, well, I just thought I'd ask. You have something to write with? Paper and pen?
Just sort of waves you on as he continues down the row.
Cool. My plan is to just write out a quick message to Malkazir. I assume either Maxim or Makaba or both are going to go back to Jenavian after this, so I could give that to him. Just let him know what happened.
Okay. So are we taking a rest? Is that what we're doing?
I mean, problem is, when was the last time any of us slept?
Yeah, we got interrupted in the middle of rest.
That's true.
So we do need to rest.
Yeah.
I mean, Sevgi's got at least one level of exhaustion.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Tali's burned out on all her spells, pretty much, mostly, except for Shatter.
Yeah, well, not all of them, but most of them, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Enough of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking we move out of the fields of peace themselves, and as much as I hate to say it, yeah, need to stop and rest for the night, or day, at this point, I suppose.
At this point, Fields of Peace might be one of the safer places to be.
Aquila, you can hear the rumbling you heard further afield.
Right,
The fields
for
of
never
peace
mind, we're
getting louder.
leaving. Forgot about that. Yeah, never mind, we're leaving.
Yeah, I guess we can bring Maxim and Makaba with us.
Mm-hmm.
I assume they said their plan was to get out. That way we can at least help them move, since they both seem fairly injured.
Okay, so you're planning to just immediately start heading away from the fields of peace. Not criticizing, just asking for clarification.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, I think our immediate concern is that we need to get some sleep, or we're all going to start dragging even more, which means we're going to be less effective.
In what direction are you moving? Or I should say, do you have an intended destination?
I intend to go to Neos Noah.
I assume that's where we're going after this rest.
I mean, how far was it to the edge of the field of peace again?
You were about 3 miles, or you were about an hour from the edge of the fields of peace. Give or take.
I mean, my main plan was just to move really not much farther outside the perimeter than we needed to. Basically, same kind of distance Omen would have to set up camp that first night. Just not right behind the undead. I imagine if Makaba is heading to Genavia,
Neos, no. Oh, Makaba, sorry. Sorry, yes, you're right. My bad.
I said considering we're just trying to get outside of the influence, I don't think it's going to set us off that much different. But I'd rather not be any closer to that army than we need to when we're unconscious. So, I suppose northeast-ish? If they're heading east-southeast, is my vote, but
Sorry, I was making a note. You said generally northeast
is Anders'
towards
suggestion?
towards Jenavium.
Yes, I thought that's what that was.
Okay.
That's Anders' suggestion, but he's probably not putting a lot of force behind it right now. You're muted, Taylor.
Thank you. Mostly I'm just getting out of the field of peace, and after that I don't necessarily have a lot of care about specificity at the moment. Oh, I don't know. Before we leave, we should probably check and make sure if Omen's dead or not. Because it feels kind of shitty to just leave him if he's might still be alive. So, everybody else can pack up. I'll go check.
Okay. So if you're leaving Makiba, Tali, you followed Maxim down to the remains of his tent, and he gave you a piece of parchment, a quill, and pointed to what remains of his ink that is now spilled on the ground, slowly being sopped up by the dry, dead earth. And you can attempt to write a letter with that. The other two of you, if you are not doing anything else, Maxim and Makiba, would like your help in gathering as much of their research material as you will let them, basically.
No. To help with that, could definitely. We should probably take as much as we can. Just it might be useful.
Mm-hmm.
Finding anything else about what's going on. So. Probably specifically helping Makaba gather stuff since Maxim hasn't been here all that long.
Okay. Aquila, you walk off back towards the burial mound. As you are doing so, you have to step over a few bodies of people you saw moving about. You have to step over some of the now re-dead archaeology, undead laborers, and a few of the others. Stand by. Okay. Yes, you step over bodies, and you can get to the entrance to the burial mound. It is largely collapsed in on itself. You do see where bits of stone and earth and debris was cast forward from the two fireballs that were slammed against it. You can actually see one of the researchers, the first sort of always sort of jovial but kind of twitchy researcher that Omen first talked to before Maxim took over his spot. Looks like he was hit in the back of the head by a large chunk of stone door, and he's dead. He's gone. He's got a cavity where his brain is. And you continue down into the burial chamber. And you go into the... Yeah, you go into the fountain room. You get a slight chill and a slight prickling on the back of your neck that runs down your spine. You just get a chill and goosebumps over your whole body, but in quick order, shake it off. You go into the fountain rune chamber. The torch now is just dim embers, just barely making any sort of light, just enough for you to see with the moonlight and other sources that may be coming in from the surface. And you see, laying partly slumped against the wall, with 3 spears sticking out of his chest, a deep gash in his leg, another gash deep in his arm, his shield arm. He is covered in blood. His shield is limp off to one side. You can see. I don't want to get too graphic because I don't know where our audience's X cards are, but he is in bad shape. He was cut to pieces, and I mean not cut to pieces, but he's got some severe deep cuts in him and spears sticking out of him. But he's laying there, and you can just barely make out the slightest of movement in his chest as he weakly gasps for just the smallest pocket of air to try to keep him alive.
Okay, I would rush over there, and don't know how much good it's going to do, but I do still have a healing salve, so I'd do that on something. Not on the spears, but maybe something.
I will say, given the extent of his injuries, that's not going to bring him to consciousness.
Didn't think so.
I'm
not trying to
not necessarily conscious sticking out of him. I mean, he's stable until you guys decide to do something about those spears. But he is at this point stable.
Okay. Holly.
Do I hear that from?
I don't want to bog us down, but probably not. You're in Makiba's tent helping
her
gather paperwork and stuff.
I was going to say, it's like probably running out.
Yeah, Aquila can run back and get you.
Well, then, yeah, I will go with her.
Well, let's play this out. This is dramatic stuff.
Yeah. I'm just saying. I'm mostly like, come on.
Okay, dramatic stuff.
Did you find Omen?
Well, it's like I'm not going to waste time explaining yet.
I assume we're like at least jogging / half running.
Yeah, you're all exhausted and kind of cut down a bit, but you can definitely make it over there in short order. He is stable, so you're not worried about him necessarily bleeding out.
It's like, still worried about him.
He's in really bad shape, though. Yeah.
I know.
Oh my God. Okay.
Do you have any healing spells left?
I do. I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds at 4th level.
Okay, let me remind you, he has 3 rusty ancient spears sticking out of his chest.
Yeah, that's why I was like, wait, need to do something minor so I can break out so I can get those spears out of him without killing it.
Okay, I have 1 1st level spell left. I can use that.
Somebody make me a medicine check.
I'm never good at these.
I'll
Do it though. You want to do it, or do you want me to do it?
try.
I mean, either one person with advantage.
Oh, sorry.
Actually, you both
There we
can. I'm going to take
Works,
the 7 because I wasn't going to give you advantage, because neither of you are proficient and therefore can't help each other. But each of you
yeah,
can
that's
roll
right.
separately. So Aquila gets a 7, and Tali gets it.
Oh no!
With a -1, I mean, those spears are fine. People take spears
No!
all the time. This is what magic's there
No!
for.
I'm not stupid. They're stuck inside him.
Shoot. Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Because oh my god. Okay.
I mean, with a natural 1, I mean, you do have a +3 wisdom. That's something. Tali, this is what clerics do. It's what magic does. Aquila, however, you're less swayed by magic. You're not exactly sure. You can't really piece together if they're really in something super important, but pulling out pins from a bloody pincushion tends to lead to more blood, and there's already a lot on the floor.
Yeah.
And
Okay, well,
magic,
I have-
thinking back to the gash in Sevgi's leg, only does so much.
Yeah.
So this is on you two to play out, figuring out what you do.
Oh right. Oh god. Okay, we might kill
Cleric
Omen
doesn't
today,
have
but we're gonna
medicine.
have to. No.
And
No,
if
no, I
there
don't
is
like-
something you would like to add to this, because I can see the cogs turning, you would be the same place that Tali was, so you would hear what Aquila said if you would also like to accompany them.
Yes, please, for the love of God.
Thank you.
Sevgi
Hey.
too, if you would like to be in this scene, but that's up to you guys.
Hey, what, like, is it daylight at all yet, or are we still kind of twilight hours?
Yeah, it took you some time to get to this point. You're still pre-dawn. I mean, you're probably. I mean, it's the summer, so you're probably only like an hour or so away from first light.
Okay. So we're the spears were all in center mass, or they were arms, legs.
Mainly in the chest region. You're not. I mean, you can roll. You're there too. Go ahead and make a medicine check.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we're kind of tripling down at this point, but somebody's got to do good. There we go. I will say with that, one of them. I mean, he definitely has a broken collarbone, maybe even a broken shoulder blade. The other one looks like it probably. It looks like it probably missed the heart. Might have nicked a lung. The other one is clearly in a lung. If you pull that out, it will collapse his lung.
How do you uncollapse a lung?
By forcing air into it.
Now, medical technology, because this is a fantasy realm where magic takes care of anything, advanced surgery isn't really that big of an idea. But, I mean, there are actual dedicated hospitals and, like, hospital churches that are better equipped to handle something like this than 4 adventurers with no medical experience at all. And some first-level spell slots.
We need to get him to.
Well, I have
Oh god, what is the name of that
level and a fourth
god?
level too.
It's like basically we can do enough to keep him stable until we get to a proper.
So,
Yeah.
my suggestion with that knowledge, I've got a blanket that we can use as, well, Mike can use as a, I don't know what the word is, litter.
Like a
Yeah,
Yeah,
stretcher.
the litter.
And I was also going to suggest wrapping him up, like, kind of sort of wrapping him in the cloak of chlorophyll,
Right.
hoping that while traveling during the day, that might keep him stable and prevent. It's not a lot of healing, but it's
something.
trickle that might help keep things stable and keep anything from getting worse.
Forgot about that cloak. Is there a wagon or anything?
Didn't we keep the
No,
cart?
we didn't. But that doesn't mean there aren't wagons, because that
You-
makes disposing
No,
of dirt easier.
Omen did haul back
Oh.
the cart on his own. You don't have any horses, but you do have the cart.
And you do have Aquila.
Yeah.
We got all of us.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Tolly.
It'd be a lot easier to carry him any distance like that.
True. So I guess, yeah, use the blanket to get him out of here into the cart. Wrap him up in the cloak as essentially a stabilizing agent.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
then
guessing probably the nearest is,
gonna be Genavium.
yeah.
We're gonna have to go to Genavium.
Either Jenavian or Lydiad.
Genavium!
Okay.
Which one's closer?
Yeah.
They are about equidistant.
Well, then Genavium
Yeah,
being
but-
bigger will probably have better facilities.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
And also, they don't hate us.
At this point, I'll deal, but if they're equidistant,
Yeah.
then Genavium is probably the better prospect.
Yeah. It's more I just don't
So,
want
yes.
them holding us up on that. In Lydiad holding us up.
Okay.
So yeah, carry him out using a blanket or two as kind of a stretcher. Get him into a cart. Wrap him
So
up in the
maybe
blanket.
have Tali use her first level heal just to sort of
Is it stabilizing?
keep him a little stable while we're jostling him around.
Yeah. And I will say you can choose to forego any healing by drawing in your abilities and only using the minimal amount to keep him stable. But applying magical healing to him while he still has deep wounds and things sticking out of him probably isn't a good idea. But you can use it. You can use it
Well, I
as
have
kind of a
Spare the Dying.
gentle repose, but for the living.
Oh. Okay.
Did we skip the cloak then?
Spare the Dying?
No, like I said, this is just for while we're jostling around getting him in.
What's Arlene trying to say?
I have a spare the dying cantrip. Could that be used
Yeah.
instead?
Yeah, you can just continually keep sparing the dying. I mean, you don't have to do it every 6 seconds, but do it a couple times when you're jostling them about, and then maybe once every half hour as you're moving, and you should be good.
Okay, cool. I'll do that.
And he's more or less stable as long as you don't mess with him too much.
Cool.
Okay, I think that means we have a plan.
Okay. So, to wrap
Yeah.
up here, I will say a few of you tend to Omen. You make a stretcher, you put him on that, you wrap him in the cloak of chlorophyll. This cape, this cloak made out of the hide of the Ursicopia that you found and had... Is that...
No, we
No,
found
that's
that
something
in...
got it
something else.
Milzer.
Yeah, that was at Milzer, actually.
Sure.
That was at Milzer. I'm getting that confused with what Andrew's wearing.
Yeah, his armor.
Yeah, the Cape of Chlorophyll, that was at Milzer's, actually. Yeah, you can wrap him in that. Very similar, actually. Maybe not as thick of a hide as the stuff Ander you're wearing, and the grass isn't as coarse and as thick, but it's very similar. Maybe a other animal that had the same sort of adaptation. You can wrap him in that. You can get him on the cart. A few of you will tend to Makiba and Maxim, help them gather their things. They will want... I mean, Omen weighs a lot. And they would like to bring as much as they can with them. I mean, a lot of it is nails and pottery shards and combs and various other mundane things that you could probably convince them to leave behind. If you,
it's like
Yeah.
I'm like any papers they have,
Okay.
fine.
okay,
But-
you'll
Before
Record
we,
thing.
But I'm
Before-
not gonna be. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, before we agree to anything, letting them bring anything, period, Sevgi's has already been down once.
Mhm.
I am assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, that Omen actually being alive kind of changes things, and we should probably push to Jenavium. Meaning, Sevgi is going to be even worse, and probably will need to be in the cart as well.
I was gonna say she can be in the cart as well, but yeah, like I said, they can bring research notes. That's all I'm gonna grant.
Well, by push to Jenavium, let me remind you that that is about 50 miles away.
That's gonna be basically a 2-day trip.
You're
We're
not
gonna
going to
have
be
to
able to
rest at
push
some point.
straight through from here to there.
Okay.
And since you
Oh.
you were interrupted from your rest and your long rest, and therefore it really didn't count.
And we're all probably close to a level.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you could march the hour outside of the Fields of Peace, and then any time after any additional hour you would like to march, everyone would have to make con checks to push themselves
Yeah.
beyond exhaustion.
We're still just gonna have to rest, basically.
Okay.
But I'm still. It's like notes. That's it.
They will take research notes. Yeah, they'll take research notes and journals and books and whatnot, and they will begrudgingly leave the artifacts behind.
I'm gonna guess Makaba probably would like to ride in the cart as well with her leg.
At least for tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was figuring. It's like. But fine.
Okay. So,
And if
So-
Akila's taking the front, I guess me and Tali can take the back. And
Well, Talia, since it's 2 horses, Talia and I can probably both take the.
yeah.
So yeah, we'll both take the front and Andrew bring up the rear.
Sure.
pushing.
It'll
Well,
be slow
yeah.
going, but you've pushed carts like this through manpower alone before. Yeah, so I think that's where we're going to end it. The cart is laden down with the unconscious, pin-cushioned, cut-up body of your new half-frost giant comrade, Sevgi, who has a deep leg injury, Makiba, who has a deep leg injury. Both of them mainly resting up. Maxim will move alongside the cart, but he is not helping push it because you don't really feel like he is able. Or willing, but able.
Yeah.
And the rest of you can push yourselves for the hour to get just outside of the Fields of Peace, and that's, I'm assuming, when you guys stop and Andrew, you erect the bubble to try to get some rest. Or do you want to push forward?
No, I was going to say there's 2 members of the Arcane Census with us.
That is
And
true.
they don't know he's a caster.
That is true. Good catch.
If
So you're just camping out.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to say, yeah, if the army doesn't appear to be moving towards us, if we establish that as we're getting out, they're going in the opposite direction, or at least a general direction away from us, I don't think I'm going to put up the bubble.
Akila, make a perception check.
With or without.
Both.
Okay.
Make one flat and one with advantage.
Here's my advantage. There's my normal.
Okay.
I think I got whatever it was.
That rumbling sort of quake on the horizon in the Fields of Peace as you turn around, pulling your cart just onto the now green soft grass. You turn around, and it doesn't look any further away. It doesn't sound any further away.
Fucking kidding me.
There's a bit more of this gray, thick dust being thrown up in the air.
Okay.
You're not sure it's necessarily directly moving towards you, but it's closer. It's continued.
Any idea of what it is?
With a 21 perception, actually visually, you're tired. It's dark out, though the sun is just beginning to rise in the east, actually, which really doesn't help. Just beginning to rise in the east. There's a bit more light, though it is largely towards your back, or at least your flank. You can look out, and it looks like movement. And you can just barely catch a little bit of shine, a little bit of sparkle amongst the quaking, the undulating between the deepening gray dust cloud. This might be an army marching out of the Fields of Peace.
Or one.
An actual army.
300-400 men does not an army make.
The small army, very small. I mean, depending on, never mind. Because depending on history, yeah, it does. Earliest conflicts, yeah. But fair. So there, well, I did tell them there was an army for Neos. No, I don't know if it, does it look like it's heading that direction?
It's too far away and presumably too large for you to pinpoint necessarily what direction. But it's not moving south. It's moving north, whether that's northeast, northwest, but it's moving in a northward vector at this point. It is getting closer in the direction that you have generally moved.
We can't warn anybody.
It's still quite far away. But, if it is undead, presumably it is. They don't have to rest.
I know.
Wait a minute.
And you do.
I know.
What level is sending?
3rd level.
Didn't you say you had a 4th level slot left?
You can use sending at 4th level.
Yeah, that's right. Crap. Hold on.
I think we're going to call it here.
Okay.
Because we're going over, and this will give you a week to determine how you want to use this message, who you want to send it to, and exactly what you want to say, because this is going to be important.
Yes.
I thought I'd send it to someone in Jenavian.
I was thinking
Okay.
Malkazir.
That was my thought too.
Okay, so we're calling it there. As the group is getting ready to set up the bare minimum a camp can be, because I don't think you're really worried about all that much about supplies. You might have some tents left over. But as you are just getting ready to try to set up camp, you're warned that there could be a larger force down on the horizon. And what you saw marching out of the gravesite of Shiloh, the now risen Spear of the Damned, was only the vanguard of a larger force. Indrashadid has found an army. I'll have to see what he uses it for. And how it will compete with the standing army of the Jenavian Empire after a long reign of peace. So, thank you for watching the opening episode for this new story arc of Andrashadid and the Cult of Worms. It took 5 parts to get to this, and a lot of things happened, and a lot of things. I mean, there were so many different ways this could have went. A lot of things happened, a lot of things didn't happen, and a lot of very interesting choices were made. So, I hope you found this interesting, and it's only going to open up from here. So, at this point, this is when I mumble and stall for a bit before we do an after show and have all of my players yell at me, which you can catch over at Patreon. So if you like our show, you like me tormenting my players and throwing contingency after contingency at them, you can go over to Patreon and pledge a little bit of support. We have a couple tiers. You can get access to Discord and more dedicated Discord channels than just the general just hanging out chat, where we can talk about more specific things and get some more insight into the lore and get some more insight into the players and their experience. And for the adventure tier, you unlock the after shows, so you can hear them berate me for being a terrible, terrible, mean person. And yeah, as the story continues, I may be able to drop character sheets when people are either fully revealed or dead, and simply release some notes about my prep work, and then of course various insights from the cast, which I'm sure they have some. So if you like our stuff, go check us out on Patreon. Head over to YouTube if you missed any of our earlier episodes, and head over to Twitter and give us a follow over at People's Ascension. That is PPLS Ascension on Twitter, so that you can get all of our updates and stay tuned for when we do new shows. I mean, it's every Saturday at 2 o'clock. That's not going to change. But do extra things, like when I play XCOM using all of these people as soldiers, or when I do just random talks, or when I do model buildings or whatnot. I'm trying to do some more random streams, probably every Thursday. So you can check that out there. I'm also going to post that on the Discord. So, I think that's the end of that. I had a ton of fun. I was super worried throughout that entire experience, because there were so many things that I had to keep track of in so many different ways that could have went. And there were so many times people were this close to falling in that pit trap. And we're going to talk more about that in the after show. So I think we're going to get to that. I can only stall so much while Taylor tries to pierce my soul with her gaze. So I guess I just have to bite the bullet and see what that's all about. So join us next week for another exciting episode of the People's Ascension, because next week these guys have to figure out how they're going to contend with an elite vanguard force and another presumably standing army of undead marching into the heartland of the Empire, and what their little ragtag adventurers guild can do to stop it. We'll catch you next week. Thanks for joining us.